It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, it is official.
That's why I'm running for re-election.
President Biden unveiling his campaign for re-election just hours ago.
The question we're facing is whether in the years ahead we have more freedom or less freedom.
Setting the stage for another potential showdown with Donald Trump. The new reaction out just this morning. Then on alert, severe weather threatening much of the country over the next few days. From a spring deep freeze to major flooding, Al's tracking the systems on the move. Plus, setting the stage. Are you looking to sell your house? Vicki Wynn is here with a guide to home staging.
You've seen it time and again that when you put in a little investment up front, that increases the sales price of the home.
Yeah, you will actually sell your house for more money every single time.
How some simple tricks can help you sell your home quickly and at top dollar. And this is 40 plus. A new study just out revealing the actors who are most likely to draw audiences to theaters.
Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
Without me, there would be no Elvis Presley.
I'm not peaceful, nor do I surrender.
Straight ahead, who topped the list and what their age has to do with it. Today, Tuesday, April 25th, 2023.
Visiting from Mechanicsville, Virginia,
Bellamy, California, Poway, California,
and Oakland, New Zealand. Shout out to the students and staff of Granger County Schools in Tennessee.
From Columbus, Ohio.
Today, I turned 50.
On a mother-son trip.
From Smithville, Tennessee.
From Bernalillo, New Mexico.
Here to celebrate Destiny's 11th birthday at the Today Show.
Welcome back, guys. It's a tricky market for home buyers and home sellers now, with high mortgage rates causing a real dip in sales.
But staging that house can make all the difference in whether your home sits on the market or whether that home gets snapped up. The right changes could even get it sold above asking price.
Sounds like a good deal. Vicki Wynn is here with a helpful guide to home staging. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So you all may love that gallery wall of family photos and that live, laugh, love sign, or that massive china hutch that your parents gave you. But when you are selling your home, you're selling the space, not your stuff. So this morning we have tips from an expert on how to stage your home on a budget. You can spotlight the best features and help it sell quickly at top dollar.
All the world's a stage, including your home when it's time to sell. With existing home sales down nearly 23% from last year, some homeowners now opting to set the scene for potential buyers, giving their spaces a mini makeover before putting them on the market.
We staged the main living areas. We also repainted a lot of walls, but more importantly, massively decluttered the house.
From a fresh coat of paint and unobstructed windows to updated furniture and floor coverings. A recent survey finding 81% of buyers' agents said staging made it easier for a buyer to visualize a property as their future home.
We sort of have to move the seller out a little bit in order to help the buyer feel like they can move in.
Stacy Esser, a real estate agent in New Jersey who runs her own staging company, says most homes don't need a full renovation to attract buyers. Small changes can welcome a big return. Sellers spending an average of $400 to $600 on staging.
You've seen it time and again that when you put in a little investment up front, that increases the sales price of the home.
Yeah, you will actually sell your house for more money every single time.
Esser says staged homes also sell faster. This listing under contract in one weekend for $126,000 above the asking price. And when the average home spent 160 days on the market in his neighborhood, the owner of this home, staged by Esser, says he accepted an offer in less than a month.
What is today's buyer looking for?
So today's buyer is looking for more flexible spaces, open floor plans, great storage, work at home, places they can work out, and more informal family time spaces.
Esser says wherever the eye rests, the sale begins. You really want to help a buyer envision themselves in that space.
The most important rooms to stage: the living room, the primary bedroom, and the kitchen.
So this is a house coming on the market actually this weekend.
Esser taking us on a tour of this home's dramatic before and after.
One of the things that we start with is always to take any heavy window treatments off and to really just let that sunshine in.
This would-be formal living room recently painted a neutral color ahead of its transformation into a more casual, flexible space.
Tell me what you did in here.
So first of all, I think what we did is we just made the room feel a lot larger and created multiple seating areas in this really large space.
What can you do in the kitchen to tidy it up and make it more appealing to buyers?
So one of the easiest things we can do is basically help a seller declutter a kitchen.
Esther's recipe for a market-ready kitchen: clear the counters, swap out bulky furniture, and accessorize with pops of color using items you already have in your fridge or pantry.
You really jazzed up the kitchen.
Yeah, we totally did. It's inexpensive and anybody could do this. These are actual just vegetables. And we like to use this cookbook to make it feel like somebody was just here cooking.
And just switching out the table made a big difference.
Combine the round table with the pop of white and it really lightens up the space.
And upstairs, Esther's team reverting this den back into a kid's bedroom.
Bedrooms help sell houses.
When it comes to staging, it's not just what's on the inside that counts. First impressions matter too. Don't forget about the outside. Make sure your home has curb appeal.
There should be flowers planted outside. People should trim their hedges. People should make sure that their lawns are taken care of.
Simple touches to help prepare your home for showtime.
It's great.
And here's the thing, the best time to sell, well, Esther says it's when interest rates go down, but that is unpredictable. So if you are thinking about selling your home, you should start decluttering right now because it takes a lot of time to get rid of those items that no longer spark joy. She calls it the 80-20 strategy. Do 80% of the work before your home hits the market, 20% after.
Smart.
Yes.
What great tips, by
I
the
know.
way.
And speaking of which, do you have any more staging tips? Actually, I'm not even selling my house. I just want to do it at home.
I know.
to make it look better.
The first thing we can all do really is get rid of some stuff, decluttering, right? You're not trying to sterilize your home, but you know, those photos, the family photos.
Which one in particular?
That picture of me from my first job with extra highlights.
Can we bring that photo back? I don't think we got a good chance. We didn't get a chance to see that photo.
It's okay. We can move on. The other thing you're going to love is take down the drapes and the shrubs. Check this out. All of a sudden, natural light's coming in. And if you have a busy wallpaper or maybe the paint is kind of an older color, change it to a neutral color. It just livens up the room, clears it out, makes it zen, and people can imagine themselves in that space.
Those are great tips.
Those are great.
I do want to bring back your
Bring back
photos.
the picture. All right.
Vicky Wayne, Orlando Circuit 2020.
There it is.
There's the picture.
Can we zoom in? We just need one tight shot.
There's Vicky. There she is.
Little Vicky.
Oh, Lindsay backtracked.
it.
No one told me you have to put low lights back in, so I kept highlighting and got blonder and blonder. I
look
know.
great.
Always adorable.
I've come a long way.
Always adorable. This plaza's full of friendly faces, but this morning we've got some extra special guests as well. A pair of African penguins, along with our pal Josh Davis. He's the assistant supervisor at Mystic Aquarium. Josh, tell us about what you brought for us today.
Well, we are so excited to celebrate World Penguin Day, so we brought two of our very own African penguins, Blue and Blue Black, to help raise awareness and talk all things penguin conservation.
What makes these penguins unique and different from other penguins around the world?
A lot of people are surprised to hear penguins can come from warm places. So penguins being from South Africa come from a very warm climate, and believe it or not, most penguins come from warm, sandy beaches instead of ice and snow.
Is that right?
That's right.
My kids actually got to meet these two penguins at the Mystic Aquarium up in Connecticut last year. Huge penguin fans. How are penguins doing, generally speaking, worldwide? Are they endangered or?
Unfortunately, 10 out of the 18 species are threatened or endangered with extinction, with African penguins being one of the ones that are endangered. Their populations declined by over 97% in just the last 100 years.
And the Antarctic ones don't have any predators, really, so they're doing okay.
Correct. Unfortunately, there's no people in Antarctica, or fortunately, there's no people in Antarctica, so there are no threats down there like the ones the African penguins face, which include overfishing, oil spills, and pollution.
Do these guys like to be in water or land more, Josh?
It depends on the penguin. They all have different personalities. So we have some who prefer to swim most of the day, some who like to hang out in their territory on land, and that's part of our job, is to learn about their individual personalities and what each penguin likes.
Are these a couple? You know, they only mate. Don't they only mate one time? Isn't that the story with penguins?
They do mate for life. This is not a mated pair, but they are close friends.
Must be married. Okay,
they're close friends. They're just close friends.
You can't tell by looking at them whether it's a boy or a girl?
Correct. We rely on a DNA test from a blood sample.
Look at that.
There's a lot going on here, Josh.
Penguin trivia. Who played the original penguin in the Batman TV series in 1966?
Burgess Meredith.
Excellent.
Whoa! You're gonna stop it? All right, stop.
Well, smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
The star we adore, Laura Dern. She shined in shows like Big Little Lies and films like Jurassic, the franchise, and her Oscar-winning role in Marriage Story, and now she's adding author to her resume. You guys, this is a powerful, beautiful book that she co-wrote with her mom, who is also, as you know, an actress, Diane Ladd. It's called Honey Baby Mine. It's a mother and daughter talk about life, death, love, and banana pudding. Laura, good morning. It's so good to see you.
It's so amazing to see you.
I had the privilege of meeting your beautiful mother yesterday and visiting with her as we talked about this book.
Yeah.
I mean, the genesis of this book is your mom gets a scary, terrible diagnosis in 2018, and doctors are saying to her, the only solution we have right now is to walk.
Yeah.
And that kind of unlocked this incredible part of her.
Yeah, she was exposed to pesticides being sprayed in the neighborhood and was not notified and realized that she had scarring on her lungs. And they said, if you can get her walking, expand her lung capacity, maybe it will help. So I knew my mom, as a storyteller and actress, might be willing to walk because she was reticent. It was painful and very difficult at the time. She was on oxygen, to just start getting her to tell stories. And I said, I'll record them in my phone and we'll have them for your grandchildren, because they said she might have 3 to 6 months to live. And so we told each other everything.
Well, these are the kind of questions that we don't ever ask our parents. We think we know our moms, we think we know our dads, but we really don't, because we're afraid to ask them questions that are very poignant and meaningful. Your mom lost a child when the child was just months old, and that was a difficult thing for her to discuss. Yet she opened up and talked about all these things.
And she said that she really felt finally releasing some of the grief and challenges and heartbreak of her life, as well as us laughing over absurd fights and silly things we'd been through, was in fact so healing physically and emotionally. And I was shocked at how little I'd asked her. The hard stuff, because I thought, oh, I don't want to bring it up and hurt her. But even the simple stuff. I've been raised by an actor. I've worked alongside my mother, and yet I'd never asked, why did you want to become an actress? From this tiny town in Mississippi, from a veterinarian father. What was the first movie that ever inspired you? What's your favorite color?
What is her favorite color?
Which, by the way, I didn't know. She was like Rose, like the name I was first given by my mother.
And your mom was not afraid to talk about death. And I would imagine, as a daughter, it would be scary to even approach that topic.
In fact, our first walk, I was like, Mom, what do you want to talk about today? Let's get walking. She's like, death. And she was like, you know, you got born, that happened, you're gonna die, that happens too. She said, I'm not afraid of it. She was afraid of leaving me. She was afraid of not being here to watch her grandchildren grow, and still has that fear, but really, I think she's embraced so much by talking about all of it. She said, now, if they hadn't told me I might be dying, I may not have said it all. But she said, I pray, and it's why we decided to archive our conversations, was that as we started sharing with people that we were doing this, we saw that siblings and mother and fathers and sons and daughters. They were all having conversations they'd never had. And we thought, well, if this can inspire friends, we hope it will inspire others too. So that's why we're sharing.
It is an incredibly beautiful book. And I also like how important female friendships are to both of you. And in fact, I was just thinking, I think you were at like Taylor Swift's concert in the front row. You're in her video.
Yes.
I mean, these are real friendships and not just Hollywood friendships.
No, and it's a blessing, right? And I think part of embracing the sisterhood of found family was because my mom, also an only child, found her sisters, her connection with the women she worked with and found in this lifetime. And so that's been an amazing thing. So we do share a lot about those relationships, which was really, you know, an amazing way to grow up.
Well, the book is entitled Honey Baby Mine, A Mother-Daughter Talk About Life, Death, Love, and Banana Pudding, which brings us to this gorgeous banana pudding that we have on our table. Why is banana pudding such a part of this while I dish up a little bit for you?
I just learned this amazing surprise that you all made this, which is incredible. But this is my Grandma Mary's recipe. And by the way, it cures everything. I've never had it for breakfast, but I'm doing it with you right now on the Today Show.
So now there's a part in the book about how one of you was sneaking some of this banana pudding underneath.
Yes, my mother says, I don't remember which one it was. I'm like, oh, God, thank you. I said, Mom, I was 8 years old and you stole the banana pudding and hid under the dining table with it.
You know what I love about this book? I know some people who have read this book and it inspired them already to have a conversation that terrified them. I can't tell my mother this or my grandmother that. I feel like, I mean, I don't know if that was your purpose, but it certainly seems like one of the benefits of this book.
1,000,000% our purpose. And, you know, to be clear, again, this was the beginning of 2019 that we started these walks. And they said, your mother will never be here in 6 months. But from walking and not believing, as my mom said to you, they say they're practicing medicine. So I'm not going to believe one doctor. I'm going to go to several, and I'm going to keep fighting with alternative modalities. And my daughter and I's love for each other. And so she kept going. And as I think she said to you, she's like, all I know is 4 years later, I made 2 movies, a TV show, and wrote a book. So here's to you, amazing Diane Ladd.
Your mom is amazing, and so are you. You guys pick up this book. The book is called, this is insane, Honey Baby Mine. You can find more about it on our website. The banana pudding recipe, do you mind if we put it on today.com/food?
Please.
It'll be there. Y'all, it's amazing.
This is amazing.
No, it's the best.
This
All
is
right.
pure Grandma Mary.
back with the coolest chick around, the one and only Martha Stewart.
Yes, she is. Martha this morning brought a little piece of her own backyard to our plaza. She's going to show us how to create a spring planter that's easy to make. She's also going to show us how to keep them alive as well. But before we get to any of this, we got to talk about Martha's chickens.
Yes.
How many chickens do you have on your farm?
Oh, several hundred.
Several hundred?
Yeah. And my favorite new breed is the silky breed. It's a Japanese breed. They have five toes.
Wow.
They have very soft feathers, no barbs, and they have blue skin. They're prized as edibles.
They don't
in
look like
Japan.
chickens. They look like puppies.
Poodle dogs.
Poodles. Are they pets? Are they a source of food for you?
No. They lay eggs.
They lay eggs.
And they lay small eggs so that you can make little deviled eggs.
They look so
parties.
fancy.
I know.
They look like Martha Stewart chickens. Did they come in the car service with you this morning?
They did.
Of course
Not
they did.
In my car, they don't. I wouldn't put them in a car service.
Beautiful.
They're too precious. But they come in all different colors too. They're barbed. This beautiful barred color. This is a splash. Hello.
Do you have names for them, Martha?
No, we do not.
You don't name them.
No.
You don't develop an emotional
Too many to name.
200 chickens.
Yeah.
Wow.
Aren't
of course.
they pretty? Look at that.
They are.
Very quiet.
But those would be the
well-behaved.
exact kind of chickens that I would assume that Martha Stewart would keep on her farm.
Well, I have all different kinds. I have like 30 breeds.
Oh,
30,
it's
yeah.
like a chicken
and they
zoo.
lay all different color eggs. But I wanted to show you how to plant a planter for your terrace, for your backyard. On your, if you live in the city, it's nice in a sunny window. And these succulents have become one of the most popular houseplants because they require very little care.
Yeah.
And they are very colorful and so diverse in shape and size and color.
When you say very little, Martha, what do you just spritz them with water, or what?
Yeah, and a little bit, maybe once a week, water them. If you have nice drainage, use a container that is well drained.
All right.
Use a nice potting soil.
How many can you put in this pot? How many succulents go in here?
Like that'll probably take
all of them
5.
you can kind of shove in
Maybe,
there?
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about crowding?
No. You need a little bit of perlite to lighten the soil. You want good drainage in this because these are like desert plants.
Yeah.
Just put it in the middle like that?
Yep, and then a little bit of poultry grit. How do you like that?
What is that called?
Poultry grit.
What does that do?
Well, this also lightens the soil and
Thank you,
and
Martha.
it keeps the water, keeps it from getting sodden. Yeah, mix it all around.
Oh, we mix it together?
Oh yeah, all together.
Oh, okay.
Like that. And then I also put a time-release fertilizer. This is a great one. Shake and feed.
Shake and feed.
Yeah, just a little bit. And
you have to get all this stuff to pull this off?
Yes. Oh, it's very if you want it to last for a long, long time.
What's a long time, Martha? How long?
Time, years.
Oh.
Okay. And you can take them out when they grow so much. Then you take them out and you share the babies.
All right. What do you? We only got a minute.
I got
1
minute.
Yeah.
Okay, so take these out of
all of them. Take them out of the bins.
Take them out of the bins and pull, release there, and loosen the roots and place them in your pot plant.
Just like that.
Yep. And then if they're sprouting like this, you can cut those off.
Yeah.
But then water just lightly and. Look how pretty.
What do you do with the rocks here?
Oh, that's for top dressing in the little cracks in between.
Martha,
don't put those in until you plant the whole thing.
Why are the chickens here this morning? I'm confused.
Chicks and hens.
Chicks and hens.
These are called chicks and hens.
Okay. So there's got to be a correlation between the pet chickens and the succulents.
This is the chick and that's the hen.
Okay.
These
Why are they
little
called
pups.
chicks and hens?
Well, because that's what they call it. Semper vivum, everlasting.
What's the duster for?
Which duster?
This thing.
Oh, spray. That's just to get
This is
dirt
actually
off
kind of fun,
See
Martha.
that? You have dirt on them? Yes.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that great?
It's just air?
That's air. Yeah, that's just air.
Got it all over my suit.
This would be.
But look how pretty.
Here you go, chicken.
This would be great to do with the kids too.
Don't do that. Don't do
Oh,
that.
no.
Oh, he looked down. Do it again. Do it again.
You made spatchcock chicken the last time you were here. You're worried about me offending the chickens? Give me a break. Martha, thank you so much.
Martha and her chickens, by the way. Big thanks to the chickens as well. We should mention you can catch Martha's 3 new shows. That's right, 3 new shows. Martha Gardens, Cooks, and Holidays. They're all streaming on Roku right now. Mr. Roker.
Hey, you know what? Alejandro Ramos is going to be making chicken in the 3rd hour. But in the meantime, have you ever... That's right. We're not going to make them watch. Have you ever thought about making falafel at home? Well, Alejandro's going to show us how to whip up a weeknight dinner that's better than takeout. But first, this is Today on NBC. Well, welcome back this morning on Today Table, making a 15-minute meal, simple spin on a popular takeout dish, and it's vegetarian as well. Joining us today, contributor Alejandro Ramos, here to make this recipe at home. All you have to do is scan the QR code, get all of the ingredients with one simple click. I think a lot of people would be intimidated to make falafel at home, but you got a quick way to do this.
Exactly, yes. So the from-scratch falafel is typically made with dried chickpeas. We've got 15 minutes here. We're starting with the canned chickpeas. What you want to do with that is you drain them, right? Just get all that extra liquid out. And then you can use a dish towel or even some paper towels, make sure it's clean, to kind of blot out that extra moisture, right? So because you want them nice and dry, that's going to make sure that these kind of have great texture. Then we just add flavor. I like doing it in a food processor because that gives you some nice control, and that also just makes everything quick if you want to do it by hand.
What do we got?
So we've got some grated garlic, some chili flakes, some cumin, and that all just goes in. Let me see. Oh, this will help me get that all in there. Get that all in there. A little bit of coriander, too, adds some nice brightness. Some chopped onions.
Does it matter red or white?
Red or white, whatever you prefer, whatever you have on hand. You want to do that parsley in there, too, and a little bit of lemon zest. That just adds some really great freshness.
Little salt.
Salt, pepper, you know the deal. And then you just lock it in, and then you hit the pulse button. Pulse button gives you more control. So it's pulse, pulse, pulse. You don't want it pureed.
And you end up with this.
And then you get this nice kind of thick paste. Really simple. I love using a cookie scoop for that. And then you can kind of make that little thing and then just sort of pat it into these perfect little patties.
And now you're going to put these into a deep fry?
And yes, so these are going to go into some oil. More a shallow fry, right? So just like about an inch or so in there. Drop them in. They cook very quickly in just a couple minutes, depending on the size of your pan. One thing is you don't want to crowd the pan, right? You want them to have a lot of room.
What say you taste?
These are fantastic. It's great.
And then if you want to make this a salad?
So you can make this into a salad, put together with some fresh veggies, have a little watermelon radish here.
That sauce, how'd you make the
dressing
sauce?
sauce is great.
Well, we cheated a little bit. Some store-bought tzatziki, some tahini. You can make it from scratch. There's plenty of recipes on today. But, you can buy it. We're trying to get dinner on the table quick.
Absolutely. I like that.
And also, a little pro tip. Make it burger patty size, and you can have a falafel burger.
There you go. All right, thank you so much, Alejandro. We love that. Again, you can buy the ingredients by scanning the QR code or head to today.com/table. Today Table. We should mention today earns a commission from purchases, and Alejandro's back with even more recipes, including chicken, in our next hour.
What are you doing now?
I know.
But first, your local news and weather.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's Today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
This morning on the third hour of Today, weather whiplash. Tens of millions bracing for a spring freeze. Several other states on alert for severe storms, and a rare phenomenon dazzles in the night sky. We're tracking all of it. Plus, two game changers. NFL legend Aaron Rodgers packing his bags for New York, while LeBron James is shining in LA in the NBA playoffs.
James is fouled and LeBron!
We're live with the stars shaking up the sports world. Then in Try This Today, we're unleashing a new kind of workout.
Hi, baby. Good girl.
See what happens when yoga literally goes to the downward dogs. And spring cleaning isn't just for inside the house. It's George to the rescue, helping us take care of everything from your grass to your grill. Today, Tuesday, April 25th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning and welcome to the third hour. I'm Chanel here with Al, Craig, and Dylan. The gang's all here today, and we have a big show lined up for you this morning. A little bit of everything. That's really exactly what's going on in the weather department, too.
We got a big snowstorm out in the Rockies, and we're looking at severe weather lining up, some storms. We could be looking at 4 inches of rain, but we're also talking about dangerous weather, tornadoes. Hail is going to be a big problem in Texas today into tonight, and then tomorrow we've got a risk of severe weather along the southeast coast, but an enhanced risk in Texas for 11 million people from Dallas to Waco. Tornadoes, wind gusts, and we're talking baseball-sized hail in anywhere from Dallas to Waco. April being the month where we see the most hail in Texas.
Why is that?
It just, as the systems are setting up, as we're seeing a change from the different the seasons, you start to see that, and up to 2 feet of snow in parts of the Rockies above 8,000 feet. So crazy stuff.
It's a lot going on.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, gotta love spring. There's also a huge rare weather phenomenon that's happening. You know the Northern Lights.
Yep.
They're actually trickling further south. Take a look at this video from Minnesota. Millions of people were able to see the Aurora Borealis. It's the result of a solar flare that happened last week. The best views came across the northern part of the West. People from New York to California reported seeing the lights. And normally you think, to be able to see those, you have to go really, really far north.
Yeah.
But
this was an unusually strong coronal mass ejection that sent all these particles.
Coronal mass ejection.
Just in conversation, he dropped that like that was
Coronal.
normal.
What is a coronal mass ejection?
It's it's basically a big solar flare coming
So why
out.
not just say solar flare?
Well, you could, but it sounds better. It's kind of like something we had after the falafel.
CMEs for short, so when you're chatting with your friends later.
Exactly, make us sound smart. There you go. Can you repeat that?
Coronal mass ejection.
That's
I'll be saying it all night.
That's what happened in the sky. All right, so we want to show you now this video. It's getting a lot of buzz this morning. So this week, James Corden wraps up his late night show, and his friend Adele woke him up to hit the road with a cymbal crash before they taped his final carpool karaoke. I didn't realize they're really good friends.
Yeah.
They look back on his 8 years in LA and got emotional talking about their close friendship, in fact. And then James asked Adele about being 1 award away from an EGOT, and then she dropped this bombshell. Listen to this.
You are 1 Tony Award away.
Yes.
From
the big one.
EGOT. You now have the ego.
Or was that bad? Yeah.
What we're going to do here? What we're thinking?
I really don't think that is ever going to happen. I would never write a musical or anything like that because
you hate musicals.
I hate musicals.
These people know.
Don't tell me not to lick the set and potter. Last candy and the sons of Potter. Don't ring around the clouds and ring on my parade.
Woo,
wow.
She can bring it. My goodness. So, of course, they belted out some of Adele's classics, including Rolling in the Deep. And, I mean, I can see why they're buddies.
I would love to see her on Broadway.
I mean, if she wanted a Tony,
She could Tony. So, wait, remind me, what did she win the Oscar for?
I think one of her
song from
songs.
James Bond, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Look at you. This is like, I
could see a Tony happening.
dumbest
That's like
person
a
that's telling
knowledge.
this
That's a
morning.
knowledge coronal mass ejection.
Man. Jeez, gotta take you to trivia night.
Good.
That's good.
That's funny.
The control room is verifying that, though, just to make
Right,
sure.
because we wouldn't know. We'd be like, oh, yeah.
I could have literally said anything.
Yeah. We're like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. She was in Space Jam. I mentioned...
That's a very good soundtrack, by the way.
Space Jam
soundtrack.
I mentioned Space Jam because, in case you missed it, LeBron James last night came through in the clutch for the Lakers playoff series against those Memphis Grizzlies.
No fouls to give here. 6 seconds left. LeBron's got it. Tillman on him. Lakers down 2. James off the window. It goes! What a basket by James!
LeBron put those Lakers on his back last night. So that shot sent the game into overtime. LeBron hit another big shot. The Lakers would hold on to win. They take a 3-1 lead in that series. Wow. Fun fact here, since we're playing sports trivia.
Okay.
First time a Laker has scored 20 points and had 20 rebounds in a playoff game since Shaq did it back in 2004.
Wow.
Let's go east now.
Where'd you pull that out of?
I just watched SportsCenter. Performance of the night, though, was here in Miami. Miami Heat star Jimmy Butler put up a career-high 56 points in that win over the top-seeded Milwaukee Bucks, by the way. The Heat now just one win from pulling off the biggest of the upsets so far in the playoffs, if they knock the Bucks out of the playoffs here with one more win, if you had a bracket, it'd be busted.
Oh, absolutely.
They were projected to come out of the East, to be the number one team out of the East by a lot of folks. So.
Well, here's a big shocker in the sports world. Also, it's been rumored and expected, but after months of speculation, Green Bay Packers trading the longtime legendary quarterback Aaron Rodgers, going from Green Bay to gangrene, the New York Jets. We got NBC's Kaylee Hartung live to break it all down for us. Hey, Kaylee.
Hey guys, Al, I trust you have been following this saga very closely. We have all watched Aaron Rodgers spend his entire career in Green Bay. He won a Super Bowl there, but relations with the team have soured in the past few years. Now the Packers mark the end of an era as Rodgers' next chapter is just beginning.
Rodgers.
After months of speculation, NFL superstar Aaron Rodgers will be suiting up in a different shade of green.
It's about time that we have a good quarterback.
After 18 seasons at the helm of the Green Bay Packers, the four-time league MVP traded to the New York Jets.
I yelled in my job. I was like, we got A-Rod.
Rodgers getting his wish more than a month after revealing he wanted to play for the Jets in 2023.
I made it clear that my intention was to play, and my intention was to play for the New York Jets.
Rodgers saying he'd arrived at that decision following his highly publicized darkness retreat in February, where he contemplated giving up football entirely.
I went in the darkness, 90% retiring, 10% playing. That's where my mind was. My mind was, I'm tired of this, and I thought that was what was best for me.
After several seasons and off seasons of drama, a fresh start for Rodgers and the Packers could benefit both sides.
Rodgers fires.
On the field, Rodgers is considered one of the best quarterbacks ever. He ranks in the top 10 in passing yards and touchdowns in league history.
Rodgers sprints to space, now launches downfield and breaking free and open for the touchdown.
But he's made plenty of headlines off the field, too. Rodgers' love life has gotten the tabloid treatment after a string of high-profile relationships. And in 2021, after testing positive for COVID-19, Rodgers revealed he wasn't vaccinated, despite saying this months earlier.
Are you vaccinated, and what's your stance on vaccinations?
Yeah, I've been immunized.
He later apologized for misleading the public. In recent years, Rodgers has credited the plant-based psychedelic ayahuasca for its impact on his life, telling NBC Sports' Peter King in 2022, "I've had some negative voices, negative self-talk for a long time. A lot of healing went on." Now, in the country's biggest media market, a fan base starving for success has a proven winner.
And one other big change to note, Rodgers' jersey number. He has always worn the number 12 as a pro. You see it right here. But Jets fans know that number belonged to Joe Namath, and the team retired it. Now, even though Namath has given his blessing to unretire it, Rodgers will wear the number 8 reportedly instead. I think that's what he wore in his college days at Cal.
We think that's a good idea.
Yeah, Broadway Joe. Come on, he's
you don't want to come in and just start
taking numbers.
Thank you, Kaylee.
All right, well, now to the moment we've all been waiting for. Today, did you know we're celebrating World Penguin Day, and we couldn't do it without some special guests. So let's bring on out the penguins.
The penguins are here.
Here's Josh Davis.
Assistant Supervisor of Penguins at Mystic Aquarium in Connecticut, is here. And who are you holding this morning?
This is one of our 14-year-old male African penguins, Blue Blue.
Who's this over here?
And that is one of our 13-year-old females, Blue Black.
Hi, Blue Black.
Is he aware of you? Like, what's their intelligence, so to speak?
They are very intelligent, but they're not as food motivated as other animals. So when we train them, we have to build individual trust bonds with them, and that's what we can use to reinforce them. So each trainer has a different group of penguins they work really well with, because each penguin has a different personality, and so does each trainer.
I love that. Okay, so you can see these two at Mystic Aquarium in Connecticut, but you also partner with zoos, for those of you at home, and aquariums all over the country, in a project you describe as eHarmony for penguins.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, so we are
They're
accredited.
looking for love? Like, what's happening?
Exactly. We are accredited by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums, and as part of that accreditation, we participate in what's called the Species Survival Plan, and that's sort of like eHarmony for penguins. So when a penguin is coming of age where they're going to start looking for a mate, we work with 50 other zoos and aquariums to try to find them a suitable mate that they're not related to, so that we can make sure that we can continue to have a healthy breeding population in zoos and aquariums.
And they mate for life.
And they mate for life. So one of
chicken bow bow.
Are these fighting? Why are we keeping them?
Really? Oh no, nope. It's just we're just holding Blue Blue over here, and we just thought we'd even it out and put one on each side. side.
Oh my God.
Really quickly, Josh, before we let you get out of here, you said something last hour I want to come back to. The majority of penguin species are endangered.
Yes.
What can folks at home do to try and fix that?
Yeah, great ways we can help species like the African penguin are to only eat sustainably sourced seafood. We can show that industry as consumers that we really care about where our seafood is coming from. We can cut down on ocean pollution by reducing our use of single-use plastics and investing in renewable items or reusable items like water bottles, drinking straws. And then you can visit zoos and aquariums that are dedicated to conservation and research. At Mystic Aquarium, we send staff to South Africa on a regular basis to take part in rehabilitation efforts. And we also do research in-house. So supporting zoos and aquariums is a great way to support species like the African penguin.
He likes you out.
Thank you for bringing
Blue, black, blue. All right. That's very good.
I thought that one was
so
blue.
cool to see him.
This is blue, yes.
That's right. Blue, black.
Blue, bye, blue.
The resemblance is striking.
Thank you so much. And thank you to Mystic Aquarium, too, for letting us
By the way, Mystic Aquarium, it's a fantastic place if you're ever in the area.
And I appreciate you doing a soundtrack for adult penguin films.
You like
We are back with today's checklist and sharing important information about caring for our skin at every age. So here to break down skin issues and needs by the decade is board-certified dermatologist Dr. Marnie Nussbaum. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
We love when you're here because you're just so brutally honest about what we need to do with our skincare. So first things first, why does it matter if you're in your 20s, 30s, 40s? Why do we have to do different things?
Absolutely. So having good skincare practices early on for both men and women is all about the long game. The 20s is about prevention.
Okay.
And then later on in life, we start targeting our specific needs. Men and women also have very different skin. So men, lucky for them, have skin that's 25% thicker than women's due to testosterone.
Okay.
And they also
Except
have very
for Craig.
tight.
Yeah. Pretty thin skin.
Their collagen is packed so tightly, so they look tighter and firmer for longer. However, they have more sebaceous glands so that they can get more acne. So pros and cons, but starting in your 20s, it really is those late nights of drinking, smoke, whatever you did in your teens, you have to stop.
Okay.
So it's about starting good routines.
I wish I knew this in my 20s to start a skincare routine.
Exactly. So start eating well, start getting sleep, and most importantly, start a skincare routine. It's a new thing for 20-year-olds. Do basic. It doesn't have to be complicated. Wash your face twice a day, take off all your makeup at night, and then use a moisturizer twice a day to maintain that skin barrier. But most important, start your sunscreen. Okay. Every day, even in the winter, SPF 30 and above, your skin will thank me 20 years later.
And retinol, too. It's not too early.
Retinol, never too early, which we're going to talk about in a second, because even in your 20s, you should start using a low-potency retinol once or twice a week. Okay?
So in your 30s, Dr. Marnie, you say that this thing called skin cell turnover, it decreases.
That's right.
Okay, first of all, what is that?
I will tell you. So in your 30s, things start happening. We lose collagen and elastin at a rate of 1 to 2% per year. And our skin cell rate or turnover is slower, meaning we're not renewing our skin cells as fast, so dead skin cells start staying on top. So if you haven't incorporated retinol, start doing so. But if you have, increase the potency and increase it to every night, except if you're pregnant or breastfeeding.
Okay.
You also will want to incorporate an alpha hydroxy acid, like a glycolic acid.
I use one of those.
They're great. They shed the
I use the
dead skin
pads.
cells. Perfect. It can come in many different forms, but it makes you have a more even tone and texture.
Okay.
Yeah.
And increase the retinol.
Increase potency and frequency.
Potency and frequency.
You got it.
All right, you want to come on over to my decade?
Yes, now.
Since I'm right in the middle of it now, let's talk about the 40s.
As am I. Okay. So in our 40s, it's all about mitigating the damage that the sun has done. So
guilty.
Oh no. So it breaks down our collagen and elastin so much easier now. And what it's doing also is it's creating free radical damage, which decreases our skin self self-repair mechanism, causing skin cancer, fine lines, and hyperpigmentation. So it's time to level up on ingredients. Enter vitamin C, niacinamide. They produce new collagen, which is amazing, but they also decrease the oxidative stress from the sun, and it actually helps the DNA repair itself.
Can you get this in all one thing? I can just pump it and...
You can absolutely find, there's tons of products out there with all in one thing. Vitamin C has the extra added benefit of actually inhibiting the enzyme tyrosinase, which causes hyperpigmentation. So it's dual action, collagen producing and helping that.
And then we keep it up with the sunscreen.
Keep it up with the sunscreen, absolutely in your 40s.
All right, now this is an issue, the hormonal acne. Yes,
it's not nice. All of a sudden you're in your 40s and you're like, wait a second, I thought I was done with this. So you may notice 1 or 2 cysts on the chin and then a lot more on the jawline. Go back to your salicylic acid, your benzoyl peroxides. If you need, it's very significant, go to the dermatologist for targeted therapy.
And we're out of time, but
eye cream, yes.
All right, which decade are you doing, Al?
I'm doing, what a surprise, 50s and 60s.
50s and 60s.
So what about hormones?
So let's talk about it.
Okay.
Women are going through perimenopause. We lose collagen at a rate of 30% at once. Men, you're going to start noticing it too, but yours is more steady. So we really have to up the ante on peptides. Peptides are short-chain amino acids that are the building blocks of protein. So we need those every night to produce collagen.
What about drinking water?
Drink tons of water. And up the ante, we lose lipids in our 50s as well. So those are plump and hydrating. So we got to moisturize with hyaluronic acid.
And what about folks who are melanin rich?
So
does that help our skin?
You must wear sunscreen every day. It doesn't matter what skin type you are.
Help our skin, you ask.
What?
It can protect a little bit, but everyone's at risk for skin cancer.
But I mean,
so sunscreen.
You know, black don't crack. You know, so
he is such a mess.
I don't think that's
that's
a dermatological.
Was that where we were going to end the segment?
Yeah, that's such a mess.
Just wondering. Okay.
It's a great bow. Tie it up.
Thank you so much.
Thank
A lot of information.
All right.
You can get that on our website.
Yeah, absolutely. Just ahead, doggone good combination. Puppies and Pilates. We'll see how they go together in our series, Try This Today. Then later, it's time to show your lawn some TLC. Who better to do that for us than our boy, Mr. George, gonna speed things up for the spring. Third hour of Today, back in just 6 seconds. Get down, George. Get down.
Get down.
So we're back with our series, Try This Today. We're going to tackle some fun and unique activities. Well, this time, NBC's Savannah Sellers took a yoga class that takes downward dog to a whole new level. Savannah.
Good morning. Thanks for that, Al.
Things
Just
we asked
setting me
you
up
to do.
great. I know, right? Yeah, remember when I did underwater hockey? Think about that one. Hey, everyone, good morning. Thanks for throwing me a bone with this assignment. I loved it so much, I almost brought a puppy home. Seriously, take a look.
Did you really?
It doesn't get much better than a beautiful day in New York City with puppies and yoga.
Puppy yoga classes can be seen all over social media, popping up in cities across the world. For Sophie Hessler, a 24-year-old graphic designer in New York City, the idea seemed fetching.
I have seen puppy yoga in places like London. I did not see anything in New York. I was looking for it everywhere and I just could not find it.
What is it about yoga and Pilates in general that it does for your life?
I think it's super important to just ground yourself and take care of your body, especially in a place that's so busy and hectic. And combining it with dogs that are good for the soul, it's an instant serotonin boost.
In her spare time, Sophie also fostered local rescue pups that were waiting to be adopted.
It's loving. You get to spend time with the dog, train it, take care of it, and really give it a wonderful home. You also save 2 lives because you're taking care of one and then the rescue is able to pick up another one.
Oh, absolutely. I fostered a dog that looks quite a bit like this one in my lap, and now I more than foster her. She lives with me forever.
Shelters throughout the country are in a crisis since the pandemic. In 2022, 4% more animals entered shelters than left them, the majority of intakes being dogs. So Sophie decided to organize puppy yoga and Pilates classes full of adoptable rescues, calling it Woof Wellness NYC.
How often do people foster or even adopt after these classes?
Very often. At the end of a lot of classes, we have people putting in applications for the puppies, and if they're not putting in applications, they're usually talking to the rescue about how to foster and get more involved.
Sophie has sold out every class, even going viral on TikTok after people online caught a glimpse of the puppy party.
You think about how good you feel after something like a Pilates class, and then you think about how good you feel spending time with a puppy. How great is it to merge those two things?
It's amazing. It really is just nonstop smiles. I think my mouth hurts after every class from smiling so hard, and the puppies enjoy it.
All right, are we ready to hit the mat?
Yeah, let's go.
Our instructor, Nina, started us off with a little inspiration.
Don't think of this as a workout. Think of this as like a treat and a reward and a celebration of movement.
Hi, baby. Good girl.
Then our furry friends joined in, and we got moving.
Just allow yourself to feel good. So similar to how the puppies are when they wake up in the morning, they don't think about what they're supposed to do. They just move. Take your gaze to follow the fingertips. And now as you exhale, your right arm threads under your left. Go ahead and drop your right ear and shoulder down to the ground, giving yourself a nice twist. Ooh, maybe you get a lick on the ear from a puppy.
With every downward dog, I found myself falling more in puppy love with the class and with little Dina.
Namaste.
As Puppy Pilates came to an end, it felt nice to take a pause and relax with our canine companions.
I want you to really be present and tune in to all the good energy that's in the room, all of the puppy energy, the people, and just take a moment and let it soak in.
All in all, not a rough day at the office.
So much fun. I feel fantastic. What you said about we're in New York with puppies, it's a beautiful day. What could be better?
Thank you for coming.
Thank you. I might be taking a dog home as well.
Aww. Was that the one?
I know, almost. So first, a big thank you to ITES for hosting our class. And also, all those puppies are actually still available for adoption from NYC Second Chance Rescue, including Dina. So that's Dina. Look at how adorable.
So
she looks just like my dog that I actually already own, Lucy. Look at Lucy.
Oh, yeah.
Don't they look alike? And
I think Lucy wants a sister.
I know. I think we need to tell my husband that.
Can you do the yoga poses with all those puppies running around?
It's not the focus.
Okay.
You know?
If they can do them with a goat, you can do them with a puppy.
That's true. Yeah. They're very
Savannah, thanks so much.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for the assignment.
All right, grab those gardening gloves, folks, because we are going to get your home into spring shape this morning. We've got the perfect expert to help. George Oliphant. He stars in NBC's George to the Rescue. It's that wildly popular home improvement show that is now in its 14th season.
Wow.
And the next episode, it features this really special Make-A-Wish collaboration as well. So, George, always good to have you.
Always great to be here.
Always good. So let's start in the yard here. For folks who, they want to get out, they put it off, they put it off, they put it off. How do we get out there and promote some new yard growth?
Well, and also the winter was longer this year, so people have been delaying getting out there and doing all that. These are the unsexy projects, but the projects you need to do. You got to get out there. You got to trim those broken branches. You got to clean up your yards. I got 2 different rakes here. People always confuse, like, one rake is all you need. There's actually 3 different rakes. There's a garden rake, a leaf rake. This is just your light rake. This is going to get all the leaves and stuff. And then
what is
really good. This is the thatch rake, and this one's important because all that debris and stuff that's kind of gotten down in your grass roots, you want to get in here, so you don't rip out the grass, but you rip out all that junk so that you can promote your grass to really grow and be beautiful this spring. And then the tools we got here, these are just great tools for, clipping branches, clipping down your bushes, making everything just, what you want to do is cut things back so they can blossom.
Got it. All right.
Yeah.
Those are some interesting tools,
right? So
I've never seen that one.
It's a lot of elbow grease.
You actually have to go into the lawn.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. Yeah, you got to pull them out of the garage and put them to work. But
now these are my kind of tools. Gas blower.
Not gas blower. That is actually a battery blower. And what I love about that,
Mr. Gardening.
Yes, is all these batteries. Right there, you go.
Okay.
I'm gonna use the video.
Sorry, George.
No.
How do you turn it off, George?
There you go.
Oh, Mr. Gardening.
But what I love about these battery tools is that they're so versatile that you can literally switch these batteries out with all your tools, so it just makes it a lot easier. Always important to wear safety protection.
Gotta have your safety
You
guys.
do. That's why they call it an accident, because you don't know when it's going to happen. These are for dancing. No, these are actually, they're little aerating spikes. I was just telling Dylan, when I do my lawn mowing, I always wear my soccer cleats, and then obviously somebody caught wind of it, and they're like, let's make it even better.
Wait, that is my husband just did this.
Right.
But he didn't have the cleats.
Right. This is the next step up. So it basically looks like a sandal with spikes on it. But what it does is you walk around on your lawn and it aerates the ground, because as winter has come, all of your dirt it gets all condensed and it's tight, and it just doesn't. You need just like everything you need to breathe. You also got to feed it. Whether you feed your plants, feed your grass, get out there. Plants, they woke up from a long winter sleep. They want some food. They want some water, and they want to be cleaned up.
Let's say you have a big lawn, but you are trying to figure out, you may not have like a sprinkler system.
Right.
What's the best way to go?
So there's a couple different things. This right here, this is a soaking hose. That's good. You want to wrap that around like your bushes, your flowers. That goes into the actual garden. And so it just kind of seeps water in there. And then obviously all these are great hoses. What's really cool is the timer, because
I've got one of these.
I'm not even surprised. Of course you have one, Al, because you want to water in the morning and in the evening. You never want to water during the high of the day, because the sun is actually going to burn your leaves. It'll burn your grass. Well, just like when you have a magnifying glass, think about that. The water droplets on your leaves, the water comes through it, and you get all those spots.
And it saves you money.
Really quickly, speaking of the sun, do you bring your hoses in?
I do. I mean, I have like a hose caddy, so I'll reel them in and then reel them out. I also have 4
funny,
kids.
so does Craig. He's got a guy who just comes and winds things up.
What else you got down there?
So I put my kids to work.
Power wash.
My dad used to power wash, and I used to love just watching how clean everything
It's amazing, right? My advice with power washing is start slow and work your way up. People like get in there like, oh my God, I want this thing on the highest power. And that can actually do some damage, because if depending on what you're blowing, what you're washing, whether it's like it's stucco, you can use it on anything. And they actually have a number of different tips. There's tips. There's 3 different tips right here.
How often should you be power washing?
No, you don't have to power wash that often. That's like a once, twice, 3 times a year thing. Maybe in the spring, maybe in the fall. You can use soap. You want to make sure you use the right soap.
George, speaking of cleaning, your grill.
Yes.
It's been sitting in the backyard.
Yep.
And now you got time to take it out.
Totally. So a lot of people like to use these old traditional bristles. I don't like them. I mean, I use them, but they have these little metal things that sometimes can get stuck in there. You never know that can end up in your food. You don't want to be chewing on that. The best tip, and I got to give my friend the credit, he was the one who's like, George, instead of using that, use tin foil. You heat up your grill, so that's why I have the tongs. You don't want to do it with your hand. And this ball of tin foil will clean your grill. It is literally the best cleaning tool for your grill. grill.
And if you got a gas grill, make sure you check the hoses, everything like that.
100%.
Because over the winter, spiders get in there and all.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they'll get in there, they'll make a mess.
George, great tips as always.
Oh, come on.
Thank you, George. Congrats on 14 seasons.
Thank you very much. Always good to be with you guys.
You too, dude.
To watch George to the Rescue, check your local listings, or you can also just head to Peacock as well.
All right, we're already laughing. Our next guest has kept us laughing for decades. Comedian Bill Bellamy made his television debut in 1991 on Showtime at the Apollo.
That was 91?
That's right.
No.
Then he
That is crazy. I remember that shiny suit.
Oh, yeah. Still has it. He went on to become one of MTV's most popular VJs, interviewing everybody from Aaliyah to Mariah Carey, Janet Jackson.
Well, since then, Mr. Bellamy has starred in a host of shows and films, and now he's written it all down. He's got a new memoir out.
It's good. It's called Top Billin', Stories of Laughter, Lessons, and Triumph. And he's with us this morning. Bill, good morning.
Yes!
Legend.
I am happy to be here with this amazing team.
So let me tell you something before we dig into this book. True story, I promise. Put it on my life. The last time I laughed so hard until I cried, I was with my girlfriend. We were here, I think it was at Caroline's.
Yes.
Here in New York City. When was that? It was not that long ago.
Probably right before COVID, I would say, yes.
It was so funny.
Thank you.
Like, you are so darn funny. And you've been keeping us laughing for decades, which brings us to your book. I was reading it this morning. You break it down in the chapters by song.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite song / chapter?
Well, my favorite one I would say off the top would be How Can I Move the Crowd by Rakim. And the reason I like that song because it's just like, how do you make people feel good? How do you energize a crowd? And comedy does that. So that's one of my favorite. And that's a part about life. Keep moving them, keep people engaged.
I love it. You've interviewed some of the biggest names in the industry, including my new best friend in my head, Janet Jackson.
I love Janet Jackson.
She's like a dream maker. She makes you feel special and seen and all that good stuff. Tell me about this.
Oh, this was my interview with her, and I almost blacked out. I never thought she was gonna lay on my chest like that.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to ask questions while I'm not trying to faint and just fanboy out. Bro. You see, look at my face. Look at that.
Wow, you almost lost consciousness.
Dude, I was like, go to commercial. Go to commercial! And I was on tour with her, and it was so funny. I would open up the show and everything, and there was a section in the show where she would go out in the audience and pick a guy and bring him on stage, and he would fanboy out. I wanted her to pick me again. And she would walk right by me, be like, I'll be like Janet.
Hey, help a brother out.
Help a brother out. I'll act it out a little bit.
Hey, Smith, you were one of the original staples at MTV.
Yes.
And we got a message from a buddy of yours.
Listen, who you got?
Hey, Bill, it's your old DJ friend, Carson Daly, man. It's so good to see you. I got so much love in my heart from you. Going back to when I started MTV.
Yes.
You were the man when I got there. You took me under your wing. You're crushing it. I love you, man. Keep up all the great work.
Man. That's my bro. Carson, what's up? Yo, I'll never forget when he first came in.
Look at this.
Look at that.
My
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude, we looked like we're in the 8th grade, right?
Oh, my
And
gosh.
I always liked Carson, and he was so nice and kind. And he was like, dude, can you teach me how to do this thing? And I was like, just follow me. Just
Yeah.
be comfortable, know your interview, know what the people are about, and then be yourself.
Yeah.
I love that.
He was singing your praises this morning.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's real. We really, really good friends.
I love
Did
that.
you know we have something in common?
What's
Talk
that?
to him, Dylan. Talk to him.
Right? We're both Scarlet Knights.
What?
I'll just learn.
They don't know we went to school.
Rutgers
They don't
grads.
know Rutgers grads over here. Give me some.
There we
Boom.
go. See? The whole New Jersey.
This is
today, Dylan's the
Look at
whole.
that.
Just
I know.
FYI.
No. Like we were explaining earlier about our Scarlet Knight. Like we're the Scarlet Knights, but no one knows what the Scarlet
Yeah, I
is.
guess
It's just
really
a red
fun.
night.
It's red.
It's a
Red.
fun night.
Yeah.
Fun people, fun night.
You know what you and I have in common?
What's that?
Well, I've got a cousin,
famous,
named Lenny Kravitz.
And I got a cousin named Shaq.
Yeah.
Boom.
My
That's
kids,
how we roll.
That's it.
Are we?
Oh, look at that.
Look at
Are
that.
we name dropping right now?
Look at
Are we
that.
done?
Look at
But
that.
the only problem is my cousin's way bigger than yours.
Well,
He's just 800 feet tall.
Yeah, he's a big fella.
But your cousin's way sexier.
I know. I finally got street cred from my kids.
All right.
Oh, Bill. We could sit here for 2 more hours.
Love this.
Why the book now? Why'd you decide to write it now?
Well, it was just the timing of everything. I had COVID, no one was moving around, and I was sitting around, and I just started to write, and I started thinking about my life. And then this year is 50 years of hip hop, and I'm sort of like a staple in the pop culture of hip hop. And I was like, this will be a great time to take people back, because we forgot how amazing the 90s is. Like, we forgot no social media, fun,
That's
you
why
can
your
make
stand-up
mistakes.
was so funny. It was
That's right.
He said no social media.
No social
Exactly.
media.
That's it.
Bill, thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me. And the book is out now.
I was just gonna say, go get his book, Top Billin'. It's on sale as we speak.
Yes!
Top Billin'.
Today.
Yeah.
Today.
This morning in our Today Table series, we are whipping up a light and citrusy chicken dinner that only takes 15 minutes. So here to show us how is Today contributor Alejandro Ramos. Scan the QR code to get all the ingredients you need to make this recipe at home. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey.
How are you?
Hello.
So this is a perfect, easy spring, summer recipe.
Absolutely. I love this one. And yet, perfect this time of year. So this is a Mojo Citrus chicken. So Mojo, I'm Puerto Rican, and it's a Caribbean sauce with a lot of garlic, some citrus. Amazing on all types of meats, and we're doing it with chicken today.
And why do we use such a thin slice there?
So here, well, we want to get this quick. So it's 15 minutes. So the thinner the chicken, it's going to absorb all that flavor and cook
So do you
really,
pound
really
this
quickly.
down?
So you can pound it down. So you can buy the thick ones and cut them into 2 or 3 slices and then pound it down. Or you can buy them. You
Okay.
can buy them.
So olive oil?
That
sounds like
so we put in a little bit of olive oil. Thank you, Chanel. A little bit of olive oil, some fresh lime juice, and some fresh orange juice.
Okay.
Or if you even, so that kind of gives you, this mimics, in the Caribbean, we use Seville oranges for this, sour oranges, so that sort of mimics that flavor.
What'd you just put in there?
So that is some dried oregano, a little bit of cumin, some salt, and then with the garlic cloves, what I like to do, because it just makes that, it absorb that flavor, no chopping, just use a microplane and you can grate it right So you
And
get
how
that
long
in
is that
there.
going to sit?
So this could go just a few minutes if you want, right? You give them that nice little toss, or you can even do this a day or two in advance.
To
So
really have it
whatever works. So if
Right.
you didn't do it in advance, that's okay. You can do it.
Okay.
But if you have time, make it in advance. Then hot griddle, hot skillet, and then you can just pop these in. What I like to do is you want to kind of drain off the excess marinade so that it doesn't. Ooh, that's
Yeah, there's that
sizzle.
sizzle. And these are going to cook pretty quickly.
Yeah. It's going to be about 3 minutes per side, depending on the thickness. And you can do this with the full size kind of chicken breast if you prefer, but obviously that's going to cook longer.
Sure.
So
Talk about making your own dressing.
Yes. Okay. So making your own dressing. I'm a big fan of making my own dressing. I like to make a big batch in the stop of the week because then you can control the flavors and the ingredients. So for this, olive oil. I'm using lime juice here or lemon juice. A little bit of red wine vinegar. I like that because you get that mix of the acidity, but also the flavor. Too much of one isn't going to give you that pop.
And then what was
a
that?
little bit of cumin in there too. So I'm mimicking the same flavors we have in that marinade there. And honestly, that's it. Then the salt, pepper. You got to get Mr. Al Roker in the kitchen with you to mix it up. There you go.
Presentation goes a long way.
Presentation a long way. I love doing a salad like this on a platter. It's especially gorgeous in the summer. If you want to put a little bit of those onions on there and some tomato slices, just kind of spread it all out like that. But also, what's nice about this is when you drizzle that dressing on top, you can get that on sort of nice and evenly.
Right.
But I'm actually missed the most important
Avocado.
part.
Avocado.
The avocado. Yeah, so you just slice those nice little ripe avocado slices in there.
You know what? Normally when chicken is thin like this, I've learned my lesson about marinating because it can be dry. But this is really
dry.
moist and yummy.
Exactly. So it does cook quickly. You don't want to overcook it, but adding that marinade is going to add flavor and keep it nice and juicy and tender. Yeah. It works really well. I love it. It's one of my favorites.
And you could serve this warm or cold.
You could serve it warm or cold. Yes, you can make the chicken and serve it right on top, or you can make chicken in advance and then just put it together in a nice little salad bowl to bring to work.
Can't beat it.
Yeah,
The dressing
so
on this
easy.
is so perfect.
Isn't the dressing great? It's
Oh my
so
God,
good.
delicious.
And
Thank you, Alejandra.
double the dressing recipe, and then you can use it all week on your favorite
That's fantastic.
bag salads or whatever.
Yummy.
Thank you so much. And you can buy all of the ingredients for this recipe by scanning the QR code or head to today.com/todaytable. We should mention Today earns a commission from those purchases, but you'll want to purchase this one.
This is worth
Thank
it.
you.
We'll be right back.
And guilt-free.
Well, that's it for today. Tomorrow in the third hour of Today, actor Dylan Sprouse is live in studio.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, Grammy-winning superstar Toni Braxton is here.
She used to sing in my church.
I know.
Really?
Oh, whoa. I was about to say my first
Wow,
taste.
look at that.
Yeah.
Ooh, say amen, say hallelujah, say we'll see you tomorrow.
Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Today, 7-time Grammy winner Toni Braxton is here with an update on her health, her music, and more. Plus, singer Madison Beer, who found fame at an early age, gets candid about the ups and downs of life in the spotlight. And James Corden will sing his final carpool karaoke with his bestie Adele as she reveals the song inspired by their friendship.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. It is Tuesday, April 25th. Oh. Are we hearing that song? Yes. That song is Deo. And the reason that we are playing Deo is because the legend, Harry Belafonte, was just announced that he passed away. Harry Belafonte was 96 years old. Harry Belafonte won a Tony, he won an Emmy, he won a Grammy, and he was a Lifetime Achievement Award winner.
at the Grammys. He also was a huge activist. I got to hear him speak at a UNICEF meal.
Yes.
He worked with UNICEF for years and years. He was a legend.
Yes,
which
a
sometimes
legend.
that word feels overused,
Yes.
but
And electrifying. Yeah, it was one of those things that we just learned about it moments ago, and it's some sad news in Hollywood. But what a man and what a life, huh?
what a life. What a beautiful life.
All right, guys. Well, James Corden just kicked off his very last week as the host of The Late Late Show. He announced a while back that he was stepping down, pursuing other things.
You know what's so interesting about that, too? I read an article this weekend. He's leaving at the top of his career.
Yeah.
He's leaving when people still want him sitting there, when people are crying.
Maybe that's the magic.
Don't stay too long at a party.
I remember when Meredith Vieira worked here. And when she left, it was so jarring and shocking and devastating. And we put on this huge party outside. I still remember. Remember, it was that music video.
We did the music video.
Yes. And Johnny shot it. Was with one camera all the way. And it was amazing. But it was that. It's like, when do you leave the party last?
Don't give me those little judgy
No,
eyes.
I was just asking. Do you,
No,
or do you?
it's true.
It's
I
when
think
do you
the
leave
older
any party?
you get, you should leave the party earlier. And it's funny because I did used to leave the party last, and sometimes I still find myself kind of roped back into my wild ways.
Yes.
But I think the older you get, there's more to wake up for in the morning.
Yes. Yes.
And I think that sort of knowing that your priorities, I mean, there's a lot of people that have left their jobs in the last couple of days. And if that's all you have, if that's all that's sort of driving you, and I'm not saying that is, but, you know, he has a family.
Yes.
I wonder.
I think in most cases, in a lot of these high-profile jobs, you either jump or you get pushed.
Yeah.
That seems like there aren't any, you know, there aren't very many options. But I do think, I'm sure James Corden has got a big plan B that he's already thinking about.
Yeah.
But what a way to kick off the last week. He's got Adele as his final carpool karaoke guest.
Yes, and she shared how an important conversation between the two in 2020 inspired her song, one of Henry's favorite songs of all time, I Drink Wine. Take a look.
You just seemed down and you let it all out to me and you didn't feel strong, and we were having a 6-hour conversation about it. It was like the whole way home.
It was work stuff and the internet
And it was
all those things.
And then I went to the studio a couple of weeks later and I wrote this, and I remember I sang it into my phone and I sent it to you, and I do remember you saying that's exactly how I was feeling.
It was everything that I was feeling that day.
How come one becomes so blinded by choices that somebody else makes? How come we both become a version of a person we don't even like?
Oh my gosh.
You know what? What song that, and the part that Henry loves in this, and it is about trying to figure out.
How about this? Is this it? Why am I obsessing about things I can't control? Why am I seeking approval from people I don't even know? In these crazy times, I hope to find something I can cling to.
Don't you love it? I'm like, nope, that's not it, but I just
Not
cannot
Henry's.
find it.
Wait, how about this?
This is it.
I
This
hope-
is it.
Wait, are you sure?
Oh, I just want. Wait.
That's not it.
Love you for free. Love each other for free, because everybody wants something from me, and you just want me. It's about finding. You think that part's weird? It's
like
about
that part.
finding the people that
like,
just look
want
at you.
you for you.
Yeah. Love you for you. They're
you.
not trying to get a dinner reservation or see how you can help them. It's just loving them exactly how you are.
I know, that's all everybody wants.
Yeah.
It's like unconditional.
Yes.
I think that's really cool. I mean, they have a really sweet friendship, especially because he chose her as his last kind of final carpool karaoke guest.
Yeah. They also had a really cute conversation and some laughs.
Yeah.
When they started talking about her EGOT. Because she could be on the way to an EGOT. She has an Emmy.
Yep.
She has a Grammy.
Yep.
She has a Oscar. Yet she does not have the T. The
Tony? All right.
So take a look.
I really don't think that is ever going to happen. I would never write a musical or anything like that because
She hate musicals.
I hate musicals.
Don't tell me not to live the set and potter. Last time me and the sons of Potter Potter. Don't ring around the clouds and rain on my parade. No, nobody is rain on my
Oh my, well, first of all, wow. Secondly, she knows every word.
How can somebody that sings like that hate musicals and people that sing like us love
them.
musicals?
It makes no sense.
Also,
by the way, don't you love that she just said it like that? Because there are people who quietly sit in musicals.
Do you know one of them?
And do not like them.
Henry.
I know. Right?
Yeah.
Some people are like
Well, the
singing
seats are small.
Yeah.
The seats are
and
small.
And you eat your knees too tight. Not a lot of room.
Also, somebody that sings like that, it's a shock.
Maybe she could sing anything.
Also,
but she may not like the genre.
How
you know
can
what
she
I mean?
drive when she sings like that? You think they're actually driving
No, she's
a
driving
car?
that car.
They're actually driving? No,
she
Sean
is.
says they're not.
No, yes, they are. The steering wheel's right in front of her.
She's going like,
Wait, what? It's rigged? All right. They can't hear that part of the conversation.
Okay,
this
fine.
is never interesting. All right. Halle Bailey is on the cover of British Vogue. So she talked about this, which is kind of, you guys know, she is, we've been dying for this movie to come out, right?
She's playing the Little Mermaid, Ariel in the Little Mermaid. And she talked,
at her.
I mean, she's a star.
Sweet.
And she has a beautiful sister who also
We
was
loved
here,
her
Chloe.
sister. Oh.
So she talked about her feelings on deep love.
And she says, experiencing deep love for the first time in my life is something I feel has opened a whole new world for me creatively. What it feels like to love someone other than your family, like somebody you may not have known 2 years ago, but now they're the center of your world. I like all the scary feelings that come with it. I like the suspense, the not knowing what's going to happen. And I feel like that's what I'm supposed to be going through in womanhood. You know, I do think in the beginning, the anticipation and the excitement of, could this beautiful thing walk away or is it here? When it comes, will he call? And then your heart and you're excited and there's all that stuff. But I think as you get older too, because it's amazing how many loves you can have in your life.
Totally.
You always think in the beginning, well, that was that, but it's like that's the beginning of that.
And what you want at different stages.
Yes.
Like I'm sure when you in your 20s, she's in her 20s, when you were falling in love, you might have wanted something totally different than what you want now.
I mean, and I think when you've never, it's like anything for the first time is magical. It's like the first time someone held your hand.
Yes.
And you knew what it felt like to have like a boy's hand wrapped around your hand.
Yes.
Like it's like a little small, the first time you kiss, it's like you cannot replicate that. And some of them aren't great.
No.
The first ones are not great.
Not great.
Not
but
great.
it's so interesting because I feel like now, don't you feel like kind of knowing yourself and loving yourself? And I know that's like cheesy, but just being happy alone.
By the way, it's not cheesy because I think the thing is I was listening to someone talk about this and they said sometimes if you need someone to fill you up, if you constantly need it, then there's a leak somewhere.
Yes.
It's going away.
Yes.
So they're saying you're amazing, you're beautiful, and then you're like the next day, am I?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, you are. I already said that, remember? But you have somewhere you got to get whole too, so that it all comes in.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm
Bring it
saying?
in. Can we also congratulate two very fine people? One of them is sitting next to me in a red suit.
And the other one
is
right
Allie
there.
Berger.
Allie Berger.
Earlier this morning, the 27th annual Webby Awards were announced, and our very own Hoda took home the title for individual episodes and podcasts.
You know what? It was for our interview with Viola Davis, but I want to say about Allie Berger. Allie Berger is one of those people who has the touch.
Sure does.
She sees inside people. She always has. And when she's writing up beautiful questions and a backstory on something, I'll read it. And sometimes I'll go, I would have never thought of that. That is so brilliant. But very few people have what Allie Berger has. So it's time to shout out Allie Berger, y'all. She's amazing. Allie, congratulations on your Webby. She's going to go get the award, too. And Minna's going to join us, too. We're all going. 3 girls getting an award. It's at Cipriani, Wall Street.
New York.
It's in New York.
Well, can we say congratulations to Allie and also to you, Hoda?
Oh, thank you. But to Allie.
Okay. Coming up next, what do you do if a boy you like asks you to prom, but you already planned to go with your bestie?
Oh, that's a good one. We're solving your social dilemmas after this. What you can't do, you got but your best friend who you're like, we're close. All right, it is time to help our viewers navigate some sticky situations. It's a segment we like to call Hoda and Jenna's Social Dilemmas. All right.
Okay. Here's the first one. I think it's prom season. So here we go. My daughter is a junior in high school. She and her best friend, Audrey, agreed to attend junior prom together since neither of them have serious boyfriends. New issue. James, the cute boy in the class, just asked my daughter to prom and she wants to go with him. What does she do about Audrey?
Sorry. No. You got to say no to the boy.
I think you say to the boy, I already said I would go with my best friend. Should we go to dinner on Friday instead? Should we do something another time instead?
Good.
I know that's forward, but if she likes
I like
him,
that. I actually like that. I think that's good.
And
that's good.
if he doesn't understand that, she don't want him.
And let me tell you what else will happen. He's going to totally lean in. The minute you say, I'm sorry, I can't go, he'll be like, what?
I'm the cute boy.
Nobody turns me down. I'm James. Nobody. Nobody. All right, here's another one. My high school girlfriend group has been on a text chain for months. One of the girls added in someone new without asking the rest of us. It totally changed the dynamics. Now what do we do?
Are these kids in high school?
These are grown
they're like
women.
us?
They're grown-ups who have a high school text group of friends.
Did they get somebody from high school, or they just added a random stranger to the text?
Good follow-up.
Because if it was a high school friend, she may not have been your cup of tea, but she could have been the other girl's cup of tea.
But if you have your own core group, I think you should have asked if I could add some. Because people say things in group text that they think is just in that quiet company, not with and maybe that person is a blabbermouth. We don't know about her.
Okay, well,
what
maybe
do we do?
Just ask. I don't know. This is the problem with
You can't
group
cut her
text, and this is how I feel
Don't
about them.
get on group text.
They're horrible.
Don't do it.
All of a sudden, you're going down a path of planning something that's never going to happen. Let's just be honest. You know, you're hearing all these different things.
And some people have tons of time to keep texting and texting and texting. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It's like ding, ding, ding. You're like, okay.
You know how I know? Because I'm on all of Mila's group text. She's like, I can't go to dance. I'm like, Zara hopes you do. She's like, how do you know that? Okay.
What's our last one?
Here's the last one. I helped a friend for many hours organizing a fundraising fair for our kids' elementary school. On the night of the big event, she took all the credit and gave me none. Do I say something to her?
No. But you take note.
Yeah.
You take note because you know what? I'll tell you right now, that was not the first time she did that.
Or the last.
No. Because she likes to be the one, right? And
Who
she
gets
knows
the
you
attention?
worked.
Yeah.
No, if you're not giving it away, that's indicative of her personality.
But also, what could you say? Like, you're right, because what could you say to her that would make her change who she is? You know what I mean?
She is that, right.
Yeah.
Unless she said, oh my gosh, I totally forgot. But I think in some friend relationships, there is the one that's kind of the shining star,
Yeah.
and sometimes the other one is the one who's with. That happens.
But is that what in our relationship? Are you the shining star and I'm the one that's with?
I said in some relationships.
Okay, and we just are both stars.
We are. We're both sparkly. All right, if you have a social dilemma, we want to hear from you. Head to hodaandjenna.com, hit the connect button.
And coming up next, we're so excited for this. The lovely Toni Braxton is here. The Grammy-winning superstar is opening up for the first time about a recent health scare that changed her life forever. Right after this. We all know Toni Braxton is a music superstar. But what some of you may not know is that she's been living with lupus for 15 years.
So as we get ready to mark Lupus Awareness Month, we're going to talk to Toni all about that, how she's doing. But first, here is a glimpse inside Toni Braxton's world. Toni Braxton is a Grammy Award-winning singer, entrepreneur, executive producer, and philanthropist. With 80 million albums sold, Braxton is one of the highest-selling female artists in history. Hits like Breathe Again and Unbreak My Heart reigning over the R&B charts, earning her Grammy Awards, American Music Awards, and Billboard Awards. But around 2008, Braxton's soundtrack became a much more somber one.
Some of the family members know, but everyone doesn't know. But the truth is that I have lupus.
She was diagnosed with lupus, a chronic long-term disease that causes inflammation and pain. Over the course of the last 15 years, Toni Braxton experienced many health challenges. And just a few months ago, her lupus-related issues escalated into an emergency, landing her in the hospital. Had the timing or treatment not aligned, the outcome, she says, could have been a very different one. And she's opening up about it for the first time ever right now. Toni, we are so happy that you are here with us. Thank God, first of all. And when we think about you knew something wasn't quite right with you recently, but you did what a lot of us do, which is, I'm sure it's going to be fine.
Yes,
I'm okay.
exactly.
Yeah, so what ultimately happened? Why did you go to the hospital and what happened?
You know, I had some pain in my chest. I've had lupus for over 15 years.
Yeah.
But I was having this pain in my chest, and I thought it was because I was so sad because we had lost one of my sisters. And I was like, oh, I'm just sad, you know.
Sadness, yeah.
And I went to the doctors, and I kept postponing this appointment he wanted me to do. You need to get this checked up. You need to do it. And I kept saying, oh, I'll do it later. I'm fine. And finally, he called me up and said, go. I got your appointment for tomorrow, go.
Wow.
So I went, and I remember them saying, the doctor, after they did it, the doctor needs to see you. And that's when shortly after that, I was told that I would have had a massive heart attack and I would not have survived. It was my left osteocoronary, the main artery, something called the widowmaker or something like that. And even sometimes when I talk about it, I'm sorry guys, I get a little emotional about it.
Of course.
Because I feel so fortunate and so blessed. And I was not gonna go to that appointment. You know, you put things off, I'll do it tomorrow, everything's okay, I'm sure I'm fine. So I'm here today, I'm partnering with Urania to talk about kidney health. I'm talking about lupus nephritis, something as simple as, you know, we're always uncomfortable tinkling in that cup.
Yeah.
Or getting our blood work done. Something simple, takes 40 minutes out of your day, we put it off. And I'm here to talk about it because if I had not done that appointment, I would not be here today talking to you guys. So I want to educate people about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important and it's so true. You're a mom, you're a sister, you're a musician, you have all of these roles. And I think sometimes as women, we're like, oh, I don't want people to have to worry about me.
Exactly.
Was there like, when you heard that news, that you were like days away from, you know, another ending?
Yeah.
What went through your mind?
It felt surreal. And initially, my doctors didn't tell me. They just said, you know, we just want to check some things, just quickly see what's going on. You know, these tests aren't always accurate. Still trying to keep me calm. And then a couple days after they did the procedure, they told me.
Wow.
They said it was touch and go for a moment.
What is it like living with a disease that you have to deal with day in and day out? You have good days and bad days. It's chronic. So how do you get through the days, the tough ones?
Family, good friends help. My kids, being a mom, I love being a mom. Having lupus is, I have SLE, so it can attack any organ in my body. Now it's starting to affect my kidneys. And that's when it can get really scary because it's 4 times more likely for African Americans and Asian women to develop this lupus, or women who are Hispanic and Native American 2 times. You know, so if you have lupus, you're at a risk already of it going into something like lupus nephritis, which is kidney damage, kidney failure. So I'm here today to talk about kidney health, but I'm like, okay, it loves my heart today. Tomorrow it could be my kidney. So it's some days. I do get sad, I'm not gonna lie. Some days I'm sad, but there are good and bad days, and I always try to think of the glass as being half full. Always a silver lining.
Are there things you can do, you know, that aren't necessarily medicinal, but the way you eat, you sleep, are there things you try to do for yourself that help heal you?
Yes, I do some things and it helps. And I used to talk to people like, what medications are you on? And what do you, and tell people what I'm on. But I found myself going to my doctor saying, well, so-and-so's on that medication. Can I be on that? And the doctor's like, but that's for them. That's not what you should be on.
But what about health? Like, do you try to eat?
I do try to eat good, but you know, you got to enjoy life too. So I have Sundays are my bad days. You know, I got to have a glass of champagne, just a half, and some pizza or something like that, because you got to enjoy yourself.
Totally.
You know, but it gets challenging for me because I know I'll never be able to do shows 7 days a week again, 5 to 7 days.
You love singing?
Love performing. That's my favorite thing to do. But I can do one-offs. I could do a show here and there.
So you won't be able to tour again?
Not long term. I used to when I was young. I was 12, but I can still sing.
By the way, listening to those clips, it makes us all feel so good to know that you are among the top-selling female artists of all time.
Yes, very blessed.
Is awesome. Well, you're an amazing human being, Toni.
Yes.
We really, really appreciate.
And you're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
I want to be a centennial.
Yes, you want to be a centennial, but also you're staying right here.
We have another segment. Do you mind?
We'll come back.
We have much more with Toni Braxton
right after this.
Thanks.
We are back with 7-time Grammy winner Toni Braxton, who's been opening up about a recent health scare and also just about life. And we're just so happy you're sitting here. You're better. You're 55 years old, am I right?
55.
55. 55. By the way, I feel like this is like these are some of the best years. Do you feel that?
I concur.
What do you feel about
Absolutely.
this time in your life?
I feel confident.
Yes.
I feel proud of myself. You know, I used to beat myself up. You know, I shouldn't have done that when I was young. I'm like, no, I had to do that when I was younger to get where I am today.
Yeah.
So I'm proud of myself.
You were saying to us that your sisters are like this beloved tribe.
Oh, yeah.
You're one of 6.
One of 6.
And you've just recently lost.
Yeah, one of 5 now.
Yeah.
One of 5.
Yeah.
She went quickly.
What was that time like for you?
A rough time for me. And then my lupus was flaring. It was quick. She has esophageal cancer. Took her quickly. So that's why I'm here, and I want to talk about lupus and lupus nephritis and kidney health and kidney damage and how to get your kidneys healthy, because now my lupus is affecting my kidneys.
Yeah.
And I think of if I didn't go to the doctors for my heart that day, now all I have to do is pee in a cup, poked a little bit, you know what I mean? And I can find out what's going on with my body.
Yes.
Well, we were talking about your sisters. How about your sister Tamar? How about finding love, baby?
She found love, a guy named JR. He's wonderful. She called me up and said, I'm engaged. And I said, to do what? I'm really proud of
What's it like?
Exactly. Yeah. You know, he's a really nice guy. She said he's a handsome snowflake, and he's beautiful. He has wonderful kids, and they get along great. He loves her son, and they're like one big, happy, blended family.
You have 2 beautiful boys yourself. How were you as a parent? Like, what was your parenting style for those young men?
No, I like to think I was a good parent. You know, I educated my kids.
Firm, or
my kids' friends said I was not strict.
Oh,
I was not a strict parent.
Okay.
You know, I always let my kids try to find their way, and I always say, kids, no, not that way, this way.
Yeah.
You know,
help
try
them.
to steer
Guide them. And they're doing great.
They're doing great. Diesel's at Howard, Jenna's at college in LA. I'm so proud of them.
Yeah. We like to look at pictures of you because you are a style icon.
Yes.
We have some old past ones, but can we just show this one that we did not have to look very far for?
Let's see.
Let me look at it.
Pop up.
Is it there?
It'll be there. It just takes a minute.
It takes a second?
It takes a second.
That's okay. It's worth it.
That picture.
I'm sorry.
This was just
When was this?
Recently. That was recent.
I mean,
yeah.
you look great.
Thank you. I was feeling good about myself, you know, surviving lupus.
Yes.
You know, and I wanted people to know just because you have lupus or lupus nephritis or your kidney's not doing too good, you can still be cute. You can take a cute picture and feel okay.
Can I ask you a question, a serious question? Are you open to finding love again? Is that something that you would be open to?
I am a hopeless romantic. I love being in love.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get married and walk down that aisle and wear the white dress. I don't care if you're 80. If you want to wear the white dress, wear the white dress. I can't wait for that.
Wow, that's beautiful.
So you see it happening.
I see it in my future, absolutely.
Do you know the man or not yet?
Well, you know, he could be there. He could be right there beside me. He could be somewhere to the left. I don't know.
See, that's why Tony's Tony right there.
Exactly.
Hey, how about any new music? Are we
new music soon?
Oh, good.
In the next 2 months, I got to do
Next
music.
2 months?
Yes, next 2 months.
There's a lot happening in your world.
A lot happening. I want to let people know just because you have lupus, like I can't do the things I used to do. I can't deny. But there's so many new things I'm discovering that I can do.
Tony,
you're amazing.
We adore
Tony.
you. Thank you for coming to see us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up next, she became an internet sensation at just 12 years old. And if you don't know her name, we bet your kids do.
They sure do. Madison Beer. She gets candid about life in the spotlight and how it affected her well-being. Coming up after this. Now to singer-songwriter Madison Beer. And if you've got teens in the house, they know exactly who she is.
Yeah, the 24-year-old has been an internet sensation for half her life, and Donna caught up with her recently.
Yes,
Donna.
I sure did. Hi, ladies. Madison is no stranger to the social media spotlight, but her fast rise to fame took a toll on her, which she talks about in her new memoir, The Half of It. So I sat down with Madison at Cathedral Restaurant at Moxie East Village right here in New York, where we had a candid and revealing conversation about fame and mental health. With a certified platinum single, more than 4 billion streams globally, and over 60 million social media followers, it may appear that success was simple for 24-year-old singer Madison Beer.
I always dreamt of being a singer, but I don't think I actually knew what that meant.
When Madison posted a cover of At Last by Etta James on YouTube, Justin Bieber shared it on Twitter, and, well,
I mean, it's all history from there. I'm just a kid from Long Island, New York, and I was his biggest fan in the world. And I had people knocking at my door that very night trying to interview me.
But Madison's viral rise to fame, which she details in her new memoir, The Half of It, also came with criticism.
I think there's this weird notion that in order to be a successful artist, you also have to deal with public scrutiny and bullying and harassment. I don't think that you should have to tolerate abuse because that's just something that we've conditioned ourselves to thinking is normal. I don't think it's normal.
For Beer, that was especially true when, at 15 years old, nude photos she sent to a friend on Snapchat were leaked online.
At age 15, you did not feel protected.
No, I didn't. I was a kid that wasn't thinking through of what was going to happen, and I think the conversation should definitely be more about how my trust was betrayed and broken.
Roughly a year later, Beer was dropped by her record label and management. She went on to release new music, but calls the years that followed some of the darkest of her life.
You wrote during the height of your career. I was actively suicidal, but I had grown so used to it that the thought didn't alarm me anymore. Being loved by thousands didn't mean I loved myself. I was so visible, yet so unseen. How does it feel to hear your words back?
It's definitely emotional, and I feel for my 19-year-old self. I can't sit here and say it's just all, sunshine and daisies now. I do still have those moments and those days, but now I'm sort of able to pull myself out, and I'm able to be tomorrow is a new day, not today is going to be the last.
The book is titled The Half of It, which means there's a whole other half.
Yeah.
Is there something you can share that people might not know?
I have been sort of struggling over the past couple months with some body dysmorphia, body image issues. I had so many people impact me so negatively about my body when I was younger. I grew up pretty happy. I thought that I had a nice body, but hearing endless comments about how I don't, it was really, really impactful to me when I was so young. I literally remember 2-3 weeks ago, I was sort of restricting myself a lot, and I really wasn't eating as much as I should be. And I saw a comment on something, and it was basically someone needs to tell her to stop eating and put the fork down was the comment. And and I'm getting to a place where I'm feeling more confident, but it does suck, and it is really hurtful when people have no idea what you're going through behind closed doors.
What is your advice to teens today who only know life with social media?
Not to judge one another. I don't think that as a society we're ever going to advance to a better place if we're all just so quick to yell and scream and want to cancel each other and pull each other down. And also don't spend too much time on it. Life is very short, and if you end up halfway through it and you look back and realize you spent most of it on social media, you won't be happy.
How are you today?
Today is a good day. I try to take every day, literally day by day, hour by hour. Talking about this stuff is as overwhelming for me as it is therapeutic. I hope that there's at least 1 or 2 people out there who can feel something from it.
I want to thank Madison for sharing her story with such grace and strength. And if you or someone you know is in crisis, please call or text 988 to be connected to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And to learn more about Madison's story, you can check out her book, The Half of It, at today.com/books.
I'm so glad you put up that suicide prevention line, because to say that you've had those feelings so often they didn't even alarm her anymore, that was so profound.
It really was.
But she sounds like she's in a much better place.
She's such a beautiful singer and talent.
Yeah.
And to hear sort of her thoughts on her body, but to hear that people write horrible things. It's like, what is wrong with our country that people are doing that?
I know, and I think I'm so happy that she's speaking out, because I think a lot of people will resonate with a lot that she's going through, even though it's on such a magnified scale for her. You know, it's still, you can nod your head and kind of understand a little bit of what she's going through. So I want to thank her again.
Yeah, thank you,
Thanks, Donna.
And we'll be back right after this.
Time now for Bobby's Bests for Less, when our Today style editor, Bobby Thomas, brings us her favorite beauty brands with special discounts that are just for our viewers, Bobby.
Bobby knows what to wear, too. Okay, so you can shop along by scanning that QR code on the screen. Bobby, what do you have for us?
I am so giddy every time. I tell them my favorites, and then brands have stepped up. Dr. Brandt's Needles No More was a collection.
Needles No More.
This is the Wrinkle Smoothing Cream 2.0. What is so different about this is it has film matrix technology. It was the first to market, and that means it creates a film that tightens your skin.
Oh, wow.
So it helps to reduce the appearance of fine lines instantly, but over time, 97% of people in an independent clinical study said that they saw over time their wrinkles were smoothed.
What?
And this
Do you
is
wear it every night?
2.0. You use it every day on clean skin, and then you can put makeup on. But I want to say
The
this
second it
2.0
goes, it's not
version,
sticky anymore.
on the heels of Earth Day, 100% of the packaging for this whole collection now is sustainable, and it's a new, improved, lightweight formula. So if you're somebody at home that's asked me about your eye area, this is a home run.
This is it?
The one.
Clean ingredients, good packaging, everything.
This is gonna smell good.
Yeah, you say this is great for your whole body.
Yeah, I think of Hoda every time. Nakery.
I know, she loves
we
it.
talked about Nakery before. This is your body.
Oh my gosh.
Body cream in a jar. It's your night cream in a jar. So beyond just hydration, it has niacinamide, trihyaluronic acid. So it's funny because most body lotions, but I know what's
this
in
on
there.
your legs, the next morning they'll be smooth.
Buttery.
They have what's
Feel that.
called a crepe tone complex. So their crepe tone complex is something that honestly, it's not just hydration you get in most water lotions. This has skincare in it, and that's why it regularly sells through, and it's got amazing, and it's 50% off.
Oh my word.
So I forgot to tell you the other one, by the way, I'm so bad at these sell things. 50% off Dr. Brand.
Both of them are 50% off. This is
Both
amazing.
of these brands are 50% off. You can probably see it. Oh, it's on the screen for us.
Okay, we got it. Next.
All right, this has been something you've loved forever and ever.
Forever. This used to be called One Night Stand or One Night Only. I loved it. Sandra Pays. This is their instant wash off body bronzer, and it comes in light and dark tones.
That's for
it's
you.
Not
That's for
shimmery.
me.
It's water resistant.
Is it like self tanner or not really? It's more body
not
makeup.
Self-tanner. You wash it off. I use this when I need to get in front of a camera or at the beach. Lakota.
Love.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the beautiful.
Love. So I have a question. Does it come off on your clothes?
It's water and transfer resistant. You know what I like to do?
What?
I put it on at night if you have dark sheets, or I put a robe on in the morning. So I put it on, and then you can also mix it with your lotion a little bit, and it's kind of the trick. But I'm telling you, this is the OG.
Great body makeup.
And it's
OG.
I believe it's 40% off, so you can try.
Nice, Bobby.
Yes.
Okay, what is
Okay.
this? Cleansing
Now,
oil.
I'm not allowed to tell you, but there are so many celebrities who covet this brand, Mara. It's all inspired by the sea. Their universal face
I love
oil
that.
is packed with algae and plankton extract, and it really helps.
Smells good.
I like algae
It really
extract.
helps to plump and smooth the skin. Now look, this is a pricey line, but just for us, they're giving us 30% off, which is a big deal.
Is that lips? Are you
Try the
sure?
lips.
Oh, that is for
It's
lips.
the
Okay.
Sea Silk Lip Balm. I couldn't pick just one thing I loved because the cleanser, the bottles are so beautiful, but really their universal face oil has so many fans that just popped up.
I love it.
This is
That looks so pretty.
luxurious.
I know,
it
for
is.
summer, this is really so soothing. And by the way, vitamin C helps to boost all your SPFs. This has 14 different vitamin C rich extracts. I can't say enough about the line. If you're interested in getting something that's really going to help to plump,
Luxurious.
quench, and do all for your skin.
It feels so good,
I'm glad you told us that,
That
secret.
color looks really pretty.
Feel my
Yeah, that's
hand. Feel my
pretty.
hand.
I know.
Everything's on it.
Oh.
Feel my hand, Bobby.
We just want to live in this Mara. Thank you,
Love
Bobby.
you.
To get any of these deals, and they're good ones, head to today.com/shop. And Today may collect a commission on any products purchased through the links.
We're back right after this. Bobby, these are all
This
good.
is amazing. I love it.
All right, tomorrow, one of our favorite funny ladies, Amy Poehler, will be
Oh my
here.
gosh, we love her. Plus, actress and model Molly Sims. She has some big news.
And Jenna, your latest book club author, Michelle Min Sterling's going to take us inside Camp Zero.
I love that book.
Can't wait.
so
Everybody
much.
does.
All right, today's
Bestseller.
Tuesday, so tomorrow we'll see y'all on Wednesday.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming to this early, right? Everybody, it's Today. Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with a snap.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
I need you to make this even smaller, because could you eat this in one bite?
can eat some of it. How do you like uncooked broccoli? Hi everybody and welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. So a few years ago, I started posting about my son Calvin's meals when he started eating real food. What's for dinner? My food philosophy is pretty simple. He usually eats whatever I eat. And since those first few videos, Calvin has transformed from my best taste tester to my favorite little sous chef. And the response has been overwhelming. I love sharing my family's favorite recipes with you, but I often get a lot of questions about certain ingredients, what kind of swaps you can make, and how I actually helped Cal get more confident in the kitchen. And now I can't wait to take a look back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal segments and offer just a few of those tips and tricks that didn't quite make it into the original episode. So today is all about ways Cal and I are living on the veg. That's right, we're checking out some of my favorite recipes that go heavy on the good stuff. So to be honest, it's not always easy to get kids to go green. Sometimes the simplest solution for a picky eater is to just sneak in those veggies wherever you can. Cal absolutely loves these two veggie-packed recipes. We're making zucchini bread and broccoli and chickpea pasta. Up first is zucchini bread. So for this recipe, you'll need zucchini, of course, eggs, applesauce, vegetable oil, sugar, vanilla, flour, cinnamon, baking soda, and of course, chocolate chips. Take a look.
Zucchini makes it healthy.
Zucchini does make it healthy. Do me a favor. Can you cut off the end of the zucchini? Now we have to shred the zucchini.
I don't really like this part.
Should we just chop these up for Oliver?
Yeah.
I'll put the eggs in. Put it in that bowl.
Pour it. I thought I'd crack it. I'm into the fun part.
Want to help me beat them?
Yeah, I can help you beat them up.
So let's add the oil and the sugar. Remember, to make it a little healthier, we're going to add some applesauce instead of all oil, right? So you put that in.
I just pour it carefully. I just do it everywhere.
And now let's add some sugar.
Is that yummy sugar? Oh, I like that sugar.
You do?
Yeah.
We need 2 cups of sugar.
We're beating them up, right?
What's this?
Vanilla.
Come on. Push that all in. So all the zucchini is going to make this nice and moist.
I'm just getting the sugar off the counter and eating it.
Now we need some flour. It's gonna be delicious.
Yeah, a lot of flour.
A lot of flour because we're making 2 cakes.
2 cakes?
2 zucchini breads.
What? That's cinnamon.
Cinnamon. 1, 2. Just enough. A teaspoon of baking soda.
What baking soda even mean?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what the difference between baking soda and baking powder is. Okay, now mix that all together, carefully.
I turned it on, Mommy.
Thank you. That's for Oliver, right?
You carefully. Careful.
Okay, now we're gonna add the dry to the wet.
You're doing really good.
So are you. Ready?
It looks yummy.
It does, right?
I just want it cooked.
You want it not cooked?
No.
All right. This is actually going to take a long time. I'm going to set the timer for 70 minutes. And now we wait.
I want it like 1 minute.
What do you think?
Yum yum.
And guess what?
Yeah.
Ollie gets zucchini too. Best bread ever. So I told you I love to make the most of my time in the kitchen. So I'm going to show you how I make that zucchini for Ollie. And really, I would make this with any of the vegetables I was cooking with that night for dinner. Zucchini, carrots, sweet potatoes. I always just save a little bit to the side, steam it, and then blend it. So the good thing about steaming is you really don't have to spend a lot of time cutting. You just kind of chop off the ends. You know, you can go just really thick with the chops. As long as they're even, they'll kind of steam at the same time. So as long as you have your steamed vegetables, you kind of throw them in a food processor. There is a little bit of water in here, which depending on what vegetable you're using, you want that water. Zucchini tends to get pretty watery, so I'm gonna just leave out the water for the zucchini. And my biggest trick, which I find, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing, I love to season the vegetables. I know, you're not supposed to give them too much sugar or too much salt when they're little, but it tastes better. I don't want to eat it when it doesn't have salt and pepper in it. So I actually go pretty good with the salt and pepper, just like as if I was cooking it for myself. And if I'm feeling fancy, I'll add a little garlic powder, just because, again, it just adds more flavor. Puree this up. Give it a stir. Now, different stages of baby food, you know, when Ollie first started eating, I would puree it as much as possible so there were no chunks at all. The older he got, I'd leave more and more chunks, and now he just eats the zucchini as it is. So, depending on how you want it, this would actually be fine for him right now. It's just so easy to give this to them. And sometimes if they don't like just the straight up zucchini, I'd add in an apple. I'd steam the zucchini with an apple so it adds a little sweetness to it. I'd still salt and pepper, but I probably wouldn't use the garlic powder. And it's easy baby food. All right, stick around because after the break, I'm going to show you my broccoli and chickpea pasta. to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this episode, we are living on the veg. And up next, an easy pasta recipe that's great for lunch or dinner. Plus, you get some extra plant protein with the chickpeas. To make this dish, you're gonna need broccoli, chickpeas, pasta, olive oil, lemon juice, garlic, Parmesan cheese, salt, and pepper. So here's what I need you to do. You see these little broccolis? Can you start breaking that apart?
These are all small enough, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just break it.
Okay, so you don't like raw broccoli, right?
No.
So we gotta cook it. I'm gonna put these in boiling water. Nice. So let's add some olive oil.
Let's
put the lemon in. Do it. Let's do a little salt and pepper.
Oh, that's cool. I'm shorter than you're taller. See, I'm the
So tall people do salt.
Yeah.
Short people do pepper.
No, I'm good.
And we're gonna set this here. Before we slice the garlic, we're going to put the pasta in the water. You want to eat raw pasta?
Just water.
Oh, it's too hard. Look how hard it is. Do you remember what to do? Oh, you do. Good job. Just enough to get the skin off.
I did it.
Awesome.
Look at my knife. It's really sharp.
When they're raw, they're spicy, but we're gonna cook them. Did you put your finger in your mouth? What did I tell you?
Can you wash my hands so they don't be spicy?
Yes, as soon as we're done with this, okay? We're gonna add some cheese. Ooh, we gotta shred some cheese. Oh, we need a whole cup of grated cheese.
That's gonna take forever. Like tonight.
I hope it's done in time for dinner. Now I'm sweating. I hate grating cheese. I mean, I don't like grating cheese.
Hate's the bad word.
I know, I'm sorry. I think we're done. And more oil. Sprinkle it all over.
I like this now. Is it hot?
I'm blowing it for you. Yummy, yummy. Good job, bud. So a lot of you ask if Calvin really loves vegetables. He does. Obviously, some more than others. Broccoli is a home run. Carrots are always good to go. Zucchini, bell peppers, not so much. So I love to also hide veggies where I can. And anytime I'm using anything with ground beef, ground turkey for, say, tacos or, like a meat sauce, it's so easy to hide it because not only is it all mixed in with the beef, you're also pouring a sauce or taco seasoning on it, so they can't really tell the difference between the beef and the veggies. So because of that, the smaller you dice the veggies, the better. Calvin will just eat this kind of all mixed together. I don't know if I got him fooled or he's just like, whatever, it's mixed in, it's fine. Ollie will actually sit and pick out every single vegetable, so that's why I like to make it nice and small, so that he can't do that. I find zucchini is easy to add. Carrots are easy to add. They add a nice sweetness too that the kids like. Bell peppers, again, it depends on what you're making. I think it's easy to hide it in a red sauce. I always use onion just because it's the same reason I use salt and pepper. It just adds a lot more flavor. You kind of mix this all around, make a mess, mix it all around. And one of the sneaky ways I also just present vegetables on their plate is to put it with something they love. So of course, something like mac and cheese. I find mac and cheese, pastas, sauces, tacos, quesadillas, it's all just ways to hide the veggies because, let's be honest, they're kids and they're not always going to eat them, and sometimes you're just going to have to hide them. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes. Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Huh?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today, it's all about the bake-ahead brunch. As a busy parent, I love anything that I can make ahead of time, and breakfast is no exception. First up, it's my classic cinnamon buns. Calvin loves these cinnamon buns because, well, who doesn't love cinnamon buns? I think he realizes that it's a special treat that we don't get every morning. I mean, it's something besides cereal or oatmeal or something healthy. These are kind of a dessert for breakfast, and they're totally worth it. For this recipe, you'll need warm milk, yeast, sugar, eggs, melted butter, flour, cinnamon, and salt. And for the best part, the homemade icing, you'll need cream cheese, butter, powdered sugar, and vanilla.
You've never made this recipe before, but I'm positive when you test it, you are going to love it. Okay, first things first, we have to warm up the milk because the milk just came out of the fridge and it's really cold. Now, can you pour this into here? Let me move it a little closer.
Sorry, I can't reach that far.
Right. We'll pour it in there. So instead of using regular yeast, we're gonna use instant yeast. So we don't have to wait like, 9 months for it to rise, okay? Careful, this is the melted butter. Okay, sprinkle in the sugar. A little salt. All right, so now we need an egg and a yolk from an egg. Okay.
That's a pop.
So now let's pop this off. I'm gonna sprinkle in some flour, okay? Is it getting harder and harder?
Yeah. What's that for?
This is, remember how you just said the dough is getting hard to work with?
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna let this dough hook do all the work. So when we leave this here for an hour, the dough is gonna rise and fill up the whole bowl. It's gonna grow.
With this top, what do we do with that?
It just helps keep the dough nice and warm. I'll see you back here in an hour. Do you want to see what it looks like? Okay. Here's the big reveal.
That is huge.
Huge, right?
That's way bigger than the baby. Huh?
What do you think, Ollie? Are we doing a good job?
What is that?
Whoa, it's nice and warm, right? Good job. Oh, it's nice and tight. Soft. Awesome. I see you, Ollie. Don't they look so pretty?
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting these will be delicious. All right, let's wait 45 minutes and then we'll put them in the oven. Pull this off, big reveal. Oh, baby, these look delicious. Okay, let's make the frosting.
Actually so yummy.
Actually so yummy. Should we check out this bun in the oven?
Yeah.
Ooh, baby. Spread this all over. Can we share it?
Why?
Because it's huge. Oh, that is good.
Before we get to the next recipe, let's answer a viewer question from Instagram. How did you teach Cal how to crack eggs? That's a very good question. I would say a lot of patience.
Okay.
that first egg that your child cracks is going to squish in his hands or her hands and get all over the place. So I recommend always cracking one egg into a little bowl off to the side. Don't do it right over the main mixture because you're going to need to pick out a lot of those shells. Teach them to just make a little crack and then they'll stick their fingers in the hole.
Do your thumbs and then pull it apart. Okay.
Just get to that point. You're still gonna have a lot of shells, but eventually they'll be able to stick their finger in the hole and peel it open like that. And eventually they sort of just understand how the whole shell thing works. But patience, you're gonna need a lot of patience and a lot of extra bowls.
Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this.
Okay, let's answer another question from Instagram. How old was Cal when you started cooking with him? I think Calvin was almost 2 because I remember one of the first things I started cooking with him were holiday cookies. So his birthday is in the middle of December, so it was leading up to Christmas time. And I put this awesome stool right next to me that got him, almost as tall as I was. And he just watched me bake these and I let him do whatever I thought he can do. And I let him make a mess. That's what kids are going to do at first. They're going to make such a mess. Flour is going to get everywhere. Eggshells are going to get everywhere. But I mean, you can clean up a mess and it's fun. And the more they do it, the better they get and the cleaner they'll be. And when they're nice and young, they like to help clean up too. So that's always good to put them to work. When we come back, Bake Ahead Brunch continues with my blueberry buckle. It's my fancy way of adding a fruity twist to a classic crumb cake. We're back with more Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal, and today is all about the simple ways Calvin and I take brunch to the next level. Next up, it's another of my favorite breakfast treats. We call it blueberry buckle. I, to be honest, have no idea what a blueberry buckle is. It came from my husband's family, and he always said his grandmother made the best blueberry buckle. When I saw it, I'm like, oh, it's just like a coffee cake with blueberries. I can make that. And I didn't know what else to call it, so I just kept calling it blueberry buckle. Must be a New England thing. For the cake, you'll need flour, cornstarch, salt, ginger powder, baking powder, egg, vanilla, sugar, blueberries, of course. And for the crumble topping, you'll need cinnamon, salt, brown sugar, and butter. Are you ready to help? I normally make this recipe with cake flour. It's a little bit lighter and it makes it a little more fluffier. You can't always find cake flour, or sometimes you just don't have it. So I'm going to show you a trick using all-purpose flour and cornstarch. The trick is to make cake flour out of all-purpose flour. You take a cup of flour, remove 2 tablespoons of that flour, and then add in 2 tablespoons of cornstarch. So we just made cake flour. Cool, huh? We need 1 teaspoon of baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt. Okay, and we need a half a teaspoon of ginger. Okay, while you do that, I'm going to put the butter in here.
I'm ready.
Okay, ready? Count with me. We need 3 of these. Awesome!
Yummy. Smell it. Tell me when I can eat it.
Oh, I'll tell you when you can eat it. Okay, can you pour this egg in there?
Well, good.
Awesome.
I'm gonna mix it.
I love the smell of vanilla.
Yum.
So good. Oh, thanks, baby. Put this one over here. Just to like the 4. Nice. Okay.
Tell me when can I taste it?
Okay.
Can I taste it?
Not yet.
Why?
Okay, we're gonna put in 3 cups of blueberries.
Can I taste it?
3 generous cups of blueberries.
That's a lot of blueberries.
It looks like a lot of blueberries, but they are just gonna cook down, make the whole cake purple. It's gonna be so juicy. So now the best part, the topping. You wanna help? Okay, so we need a teaspoon of cinnamon, some salt.
It's gonna take a very long time.
Half a cup of brown sugar.
Can I taste it? Yummy.
Yummy. Packed brown sugar.
Yeah. What's that? Is that the topping?
Mm-hmm.
Is that the best part?
I think it might be. Yummy. Stand back.
Is it ready?
Let's find out.
Yeah! Yeah. It's ready. That makes me happy.
Let's get to some of the questions you had for me on Instagram when I posted this recipe. Amanda asked, can this be made with frozen blueberries? And to be honest, I've actually never made it with frozen blueberries. I tend not to like frozen blueberries all that much. I feel like they don't have as much flavor. They tend to be kind of watery and small. So I think this is really something I eat seasonally. I don't really cook it throughout the year, and it's really just that height of blueberry season when you get those big, juicy blueberries. I just find it tastes so yummy. And Pammy asked, can you use other fruit? I'm sure you can. I'm not a big experimenter. Once I try something for the first time, I kind of just stick with it, and I know this is my blueberry buckle recipe, or this is my apple crisp recipe. And I never try to work in other fruit, but I bet it would taste delicious with strawberries. I bet peaches would kind of taste really good in there. So you'll have to try it for me and let me know what you think. For these recipes and more Cooking with Cal, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Smell it so good.
Oh, it smells like pastry. What are you doing? Can we not put your face in the dough? I'm glad it's just us eating it.
Hi everybody, and welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. I can't wait to take a look back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal segments and offer just a few of those tips and tricks that didn't quite make it into the original episode. In today's episode, we are all about apples. Everyone in my family loves apples, and I use them in so many different recipes in so many different ways. Just ask Ollie. I love taking the boys apple picking. I don't know why, it ends up being one of the most stressful days. Somebody has to go to the bathroom, somebody's hungry, there's no parking because the apple orchards are so crowded outside of New York City, but I am determined to always take the boys apple picking. I just think it's fun. Once you kind of go along that row and there's nobody else around for a little while and you pick the best apples, you kind of sneak a bite here and there. And the best part is I make so many different things with apples that I love bringing a big bushel of apples home and just seeing what we can do with them. For anyone else who went apple picking recently, here are 2 easy ways to use up all those apples. First up, my crunchy apple salad. Cal has a list of the ingredients you'll need for this recipe.
So let's go through the ingredients, okay? What's in our apple salad?
Apple. And zucchini.
Try again, not zucchini.
Salad?
So close.
Celery.
Celery. And what are these? I think you know.
Cranberry.
You've been snacking on those since we started. Do you know what this is?
A nut.
It's a walnut.
Walnut.
And then you know this one.
Yogurt.
Lots of vanilla yogurt. So this apple salad is a perfect after-school snack. It's a good breakfast. It's just a good all-around nice healthy alternative. How's the yogurt doing? Do you want a spoon? Gross. You want to help me with the apple? Let me cut it up into a smaller piece for you. You are actually eating all of my ingredients.
No, not that many.
Chop it up nice and small. You're doing a lot more eating than cooking. What's your favorite fruit?
Apple. Throwing it because it's really hard.
While you do that, I'm going to chop up the celery.
Okay.
I like to make the celery really small.
Why?
So that it's not too hard to chew.
Oh.
So Kel, when I was little,
Yeah?
I used to eat this all the time, every single morning for breakfast.
Was that a long time ago?
It was a long time ago. Even when I first moved to New York, I used to eat it all the time, every morning for breakfast.
Really? That's weird. Mix it up.
Yeah, mix it all together. All right, what should we put in next? How about some of these?
Yeah, sure.
Sprinkle those all in there?
I can pour it.
Okay. Perfect. And now let's chop these up a little smaller. Just rock your knife back and forth. Look at how small I made these.
Whoa.
So now we got all our ingredients in here, right? And here's the fun part. There you go.
And this is the medium one or the biggest one?
What, bowl or a spoon?
Spoon.
That's the small one.
I have to lick it off.
Did you have to lick it off?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's yogurt on it.
So you can add as much yogurt as you want. It's not really a measurement here. It's more just once everything is all nice and combined. Sometimes I'll add blueberries in here.
Oh, I have to lick it off.
Oh.
I just eat it off.
So that's it. Super simple, right? I usually make a big bowl of this and then just scoop it out in the morning, or you can divvy it up into little Tupperware containers, and it's good to go as a grab-and-go snack.
Are we done?
That's it. That's all we have to do.
Are you gonna taste one?
I'm gonna taste one too.
A taste test?
It's a taste test.
What spoon should I use? Is it healthy?
It's very healthy.
Up next, we are taking apples from sweet to sweeter with one of my favorite fall treats, apple dumplings with a homemade caramel sauce. You don't want to miss this. Welcome back to Dylan Dishes Cooking with Cal. Today's episode is all about using a favorite fall staple, apples. Next up, Cal and I are making apple dumplings with a homemade caramel sauce. This recipe takes a bit more time, a bit more patience, but I promise it's worth it. I first saw this recipe in Better Homes and Gardens' new cookbook. So here's how to make one of my favorite fall treats.
There are a lot of steps, but it's still pretty easy, okay? There's only 3 things. We need the caramel sauce that goes on top. We've got the apples that we're going to fill with this little filling, and we're gonna wrap it in pastry dough. So let's get started.
Yeah. This is a hard apple. There we go. That's a nice apple.
Let's add the water. You can't eat everything. Pour in the sugar.
Mom?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna do half this cinnamon, not all of it. So I'm gonna bring this up to a boil, and this is gonna be our caramel sauce.
We still have some things to do.
You ready to make the filling? All right, what do you think those are? Walnuts.
Walnuts.
And what are those?
Raisins.
Raisins. And we're gonna add
honey.
About a tablespoon of honey. This is gonna be our filling for the apples. Dump the salt into the flour.
All the salt?
Yeah. Do you know what this is? What do you think it is?
I don't know.
This is called shortening. You want to make the shortening look like little bits of peas in here.
What happens if we eat it?
It would taste disgusting. Ready? Like press it down and twist. There you go. Press and twist. Press it hard. All right, now we're gonna add the half and half.
Now can I pour it? What are we making?
Apple dumplings, remember?
Oh, yummy.
Yeah.
It's a dessert.
It is a dessert.
When it's done, can I eat one of it?
Of course.
And you?
Yes.
Smell it so good.
Oh, it smells like pastry. What are you doing? Can we not put your face in the dough? I'm glad it's just us eating it. All right, here we go with our dough.
Oh no, we make the hole.
No, don't make a hole.
Why?
Because no more holes, no holes. I need you to start here and end all the way over here. Nice. Put the apple here. I'm gonna fill it. Can you take a little bit of this?
This is our standard hiding spot.
A little cinnamon sugar. I'm gonna pour this sauce over the dumplings. Carefully. Do you love it? Okay, so if you want to make this apple dumpling recipe right away, you might be thinking I don't have an apple core like I used, but there is a way you can just cut right through the apple. It's tedious, I'll tell you that. In fact, I held off making this recipe until I ordered one of these. Wherever you get, kitchen supplies, it's an easy order. Just wait a couple days until it gets there. But if you don't have patience, just be careful. And I wouldn't recommend doing this part with the kids because you need a very sharp knife and you literally just have to cut around the core of the apple. So make sure you go all the way to the bottom. This is probably the worst part of the whole recipe, is coring the apple. Sure we get through the other side. My kids eat a lot of apples, and whether I'm slicing them or dicing them or doing whatever it is with apples, there's just no good way to get the seeds out. But this works pretty well. Okay, So you can either do it that way if you don't have patience, although I think this way is the way to go. So this is what an apple core does. Basically the same thing the knife did, just in all one big swoop. Kind of get it in there. Twist it, pull it up. And there you go. That was easier, right? So I'd recommend just holding off a couple days on this recipe and wait till you get your apple core. I mean, because that's perfect. So to core the apple with a knife, you want to make sure you use a paring knife. They're nice and sharp, they're tiny. If you use anything bigger, I feel like you're going to cut the whole apple up. And a steak knife would just never work for this. So get yourself a paring knife too.
For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice.
Hi everybody, welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal on Today All Day. This week it's Taco Tuesday, and we are showing you our favorite ways to turn any Tuesday into a fiesta with my steak tacos and turkey veggie quesadillas. And of course, any taco night wouldn't be complete without a great salsa. So don't miss a bonus recipe, my zesty mango salad, which can be made mild or spicy, however you like it. All right, so planning meals for an entire week can be so challenging, so stressful. One way to make meal prep easier is to give each night its own theme. I find that when you have a theme, it's easy to program your favorite dishes to kind of match that menu. So our first recipe is for steak tacos. For this steak marinade, you're gonna need garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, orange, lime, vinegar, oil, and salt. And for the homemade salsa to top these tacos with, you'll need tomatoes, onions, garlic, cilantro, jalapeno, olive oil, lime, and salt. So I've got this split up into our different ingredients. This is all going to be for the marinade, and this is all for our pico de gallo and our toppings and everything once we actually make the tacos. So here we go. Let's get started. So what we're going to do first is make a marinade for our skirt steak. We want it to marinate for about 2 to 8 hours. Any longer than that, the steak's going to turn to mush. Oh, I got my hug. I love my hugs. There's a fancy way you can make this with a mortar and pestle. I just like to throw it all in the food processor. It's not as fancy, but it gets the job done.
Can I do this a lot?
Sure. Can I show you a trick?
I did a great
All
job.
right, throw all that in there.
These are awesome garlics.
Say Chanel, this is jalapeno business.
Hey, Chanel isn't jalapeno, but the business.
That's Chanel's favorite joke. Just throw in some cilantro. Throw this in there.
Ooh, yummy, yummy, yummy. Can I can't taste it.
You want to taste it? Here.
I'm tasting the juice.
You can have that one. I'll do the juices.
Then can I blend it? I'm just blending.
Vinegar?
Yummy.
Smell that. I think I only have like 2 tablespoons left. Olive oil, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Still.
All right, so we have our marinade, and we are going to pour it all over the steak and then just let it sit for the next several hours. Let's cover this up and pop it in the fridge, and then we can make our salsa. Just need a couple of big chops, because we're gonna let the food processor do all the work. Do onions make you cry?
Yeah.
Oh man. Did you remember your trick? Oh, look at how good you're cutting up that tomato. Okay. Unconventional pink color, but that's because of the food processor.
Okay.
You gonna clean this mess for me?
This is a big one.
We're gonna let this sit and all the flavors come together. We've got the steak marinating and all those flavors are gonna come together. And later we'll fire up the grill pan and we'll make our steak tacos, right? Okay. Okay, so we have had the steak marinating all day long, right? It's a little bit closer to dinner time now, right? Yeah. Are you hungry?
And it's already dinner time.
So we should finish this.
Yeah, we have to hurry.
Okay.
I love that sound. Can I do pepper?
Okay, that's why I wanted to do it. Was that the pepper? Should we make some guacamole?
Guacamole. Whoa!
So you'll notice if you look at the meat, it all goes that way, like all the lines are kind of going that way. So we want to cut this way against the grain so that it's nice and tender. Otherwise it'll be too hard to chew. All right, should we try it?
How I can do it, Madison.
What do you think?
Yummy.
Do you like tacos?
Another one.
The next recipe on our menu for Taco Tuesday is a veggie and turkey quesadilla. The secret to this recipe is to really just use whatever you have around the house. Just open the fridge, pull out whatever veggies or meat you have on hand. And here's how Cal and I made our easy cheesy quesadillas.
Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Ready to get started? Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Okay, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
Why did that gross the onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last
Did
night.
someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top.
Oh, that's not mine.
What do you think?
Yummy.
Hey, Ollie, what's for dinner? Tacos? Can you say taco? Ollie, can you say taco? And cheese? Ollie, can you say cheese?
Cheese.
Ollie, can you say beef?
Beef.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. So you just heard Ollie say it. It's Taco Tuesday. And this week we're showing you our favorite ways to turn any night into a fiesta. Now, of course, this theme night wouldn't be complete without chips and salsa. And sometimes I like to mix it up with something sweet. So I recently taught Calvin how to make my mango salad that doubles as a salsa. I love this recipe because it's really versatile. And for this recipe, you're going to need mango, shallots, red bell pepper, cilantro, and lime juice.
Sour. That's not sour. Juicy.
Juicy and sweet? You were just teasing? All right, that's enough mango, right? So can you help me put all the mango in the bowl?
This is all my pile.
That's your pile?
And this is your tiny bit pile.
I can do this bit pile?
Yeah.
Okay.
It slipped out my hand.
Do you know what this is?
No. Oh, yeah, onion.
It does look like an onion. This is actually called a shallot.
Wait, it's gonna hurt my eyes.
Okay.
It's gonna hurt my eyes.
It's not gonna hurt your eyes, okay? What is this?
Tomato, pepper. Squeeze it.
A pepper? Why do you want to keep squeezing? This is for the lime, silly goose.
That's a big strip.
All right, let's put the red pepper in. What color is missing in here?
Green.
Green.
Cilantro.
Cilantro. You can help me pick off some of these leaves, okay?
It's supposed to be my own.
He loves me. He loves me not. He loves me. He loves me not. Have you ever heard of that before?
No.
I don't think so. Have you ever tasted cilantro?
No.
Nice pop of color. Pop.
I'm sure I'm strong, Red.
So you can try to squeeze it first on your own. Just squeeze and twist. Squeeze and twist.
I do the other line, okay, Mom?
I don't know if we need the other line. Let's add a little salt and pepper.
Yes, sir.
Because the salt brings out the sweetness. And we'll do a little pepper.
Brings out the spiciness.
For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here.
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Today I'm dishing up the sneaky secrets I use to remake two classic chicken recipes. We've got chicken noodle soup and chicken parm. I mean, what's the point of sharing recipes if we don't dish on our secrets, right? Chicken is obviously one of the most versatile proteins out there, and it's something everyone in my family loves, frankly. So I'm always thinking of different ways to use it. So it really depends on what I'm making, but I'm a big fan of using rotisserie chicken wherever I can, especially in something like a chicken soup. I do tend to keep some frozen chicken on hand because you never know when you need a last-minute meal. But my trick is when you start to thaw the chicken, I like to begin to cut it before it's totally thawed. I find it's a lot easier to cut through when it's almost half frozen. And if it is totally thawed, my other trick is to use kitchen shears. Just use straight up scissors to cut the chicken up into little bits if that's what you're doing, because sometimes trying to cut fresh chicken is just so difficult. First up, chicken noodle soup with my secret ingredient. Take a look.
Let's start with some carrots. Wait, these aren't carrots. What are these?
Celery. Pancakes. 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 Oh, pancakes. Oh, pancakes.
Why are you saying pancake?
Peel. I'm ready to peel.
All right, let's peel the carrots.
You literally peel better than your father.
Oh. You want to cut this?
No.
You gonna run away? Want me to tell you when I'm done?
Callie, you gonna stay for the onion?
It hurts my eyes.
Okay, go stand over there. Can we continue? Can I go saute the vegetables now? Okay. While that's sauteing, let's do the chicken. Take this.
Skin off.
Yeah, I'm taking the skin off.
There's nudity now.
So instead of taking the time to boil up a whole chicken, I just bought a pre-cooked chicken at the grocery store. On some bite-sized pieces, small enough for Ollie to eat. Okay, perfect. And here's my secret.
Noodles.
Ramen noodles. So when I was in Korea with the flu, I ate chicken noodle soup every single day, and the noodles they used were ramen noodles, and it was the best chicken soup I've ever had. So I tried to recreate that. So now I add ramen noodles to my soup. A chunk. Thank you.
Not the big chunk, right?
Sometimes I even like to eat these before they're cooked. It's up to you if you want to use the spice packet. Sometimes I'll use a little bit because it adds a nice little saltiness, but sometimes it doesn't need it. Put a lid on and let this simmer till dinner time.
It looks like butter.
It does look like butter. All right, ready? Here you go. All right, cutting onions has been the biggest obstacle that Calvin and I encounter when we are cooking together. I'll do the onions, okay? Have no fear, because you guys have written in so many wonderful suggestions, and I'm gonna give them a try. Here's the thing though, the reason I never cry when Calvin is like, you know, bawling his eyes out over these onions, I wear contacts. So I think that kind of protects my eyes from whatever juices are floating around from these onions. So chances are you're not gonna see me cry because of my contacts. But these make sense to me. The first one is you want to keep a bowl of water near you when you're chopping an onion, and I think that is because When you cut the onion, the acids are released into the air, and water actually attracts those acids. So when you're cutting, instead of them, being drawn to the water in your eye, they're being drawn to the water in the bowl itself. So that makes sense to me. I will certainly try that one. Another one, which I think is along the same lines, is you take a paper towel and you soak it in water, and then you chop the onion right onto the paper towel, which also makes sense because if the acids are attracted to the water, then the water in the paper towel would draw out the acids. However, I feel like if you have a really sharp knife and you cut a little bit of paper towel, I'd rather tear up a little bit than have paper towel in my food, but that's just me. Another one we've actually tried, because someone sent us a pair of these onion goggles. I think it must work the same way as it does with my contacts, So you put on these onion goggles, it's got a nice nice little seal around it. So again, these acids, whatever juices are floating around after you cut into an onion, are not getting into your eye. And how cool do they look? They need to make kids' version of onion goggles because the goggles I have for Calvin are too big for his face. So not only was he trying to cut the onion, but then he's touching his face with onion juice on his fingers. So it didn't necessarily work as well. He just needs glasses that fit better. Okay, and the last one is you chew a piece of gum, which you want to wait until right before you start cutting, because you'll notice when you put a piece of gum in your mouth, you naturally start talking and breathing, through your mouth as opposed to breathing through your nose. So none of these onion juices are getting into your nasal cavity, and it's not making you upset. Although this is going to make my mother very upset that I'm talking with a mouthful of gum. So thank you guys so much for sending in all these tips. I love to actually get a chance to set up my science experiments and try what you recommend. I really do read through everything you suggest, and we are certainly going to try these in the kitchen. I think the bowl of water might be our first try. Coming up next, my take on an Italian classic, chicken parm, and this one also has a secret ingredient. Stay tuned and I'll tell you what it is.
Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. Up next is my chicken parm with a secret ingredient. It may seem a little unconventional, but instead of breadcrumbs, I actually use saltine crackers. I know it sounds crazy, but I promise it works. In addition to the crackers, for this recipe, you'll need chicken, of course, Parmesan cheese, garlic powder, Italian seasoning, salt, pepper, eggs, flour, and deli mozzarella cheese.
First, we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm going to put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm going to sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm going to add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic,
What else?
seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow mo.
They're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it?
All right, let's take a couple questions from social media. Jenny asked, do you serve it with basil leaves or is that fresh spinach? That's a good question. I never really explained that part of the dish. So another secret I have, I like to take my dish, I put fresh spinach in the bottom of the dish, and then I drizzle it with some olive oil, some salt, and fresh cracked pepper. Then I take the pasta right out of the water and let it drip just a little bit, but then I put the warm pasta on top of the spinach so it starts to kind of wilt a little bit, so it's cooked but not really cooked, and it still has that nice crunch and that fresh flavor. And all that is kind of the bed for the regular chicken parm. Another question we got from Instagram, do you feed the cameraman? That's a very good question. Why do you think I made chicken parm? So my cameraman is actually my husband, Brian.
Behind the scenes, cooking with Cal, and my AD on the shoot is sitting right behind me. And that's how we have to bribe him with food to keep him quiet.
He shoots and edits all of these Cooking with Cals for me, so it's truly a family affair. Brian's favorite meal is chicken parm, so this meal was all for him. And Caroline asks, where do we find all these recipes? Very good question. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes.
Gonna make some slices here. Good job. You okay?
Welcome to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. In this Today All Day series, I'm looking back at some of my favorite Cooking with Cal recipes and sharing my top kitchen tips. Today's episode is one that we're calling Grandma's Greatest because it features recipes from two amazing grandmas. First up, you'll see me and Calvin whipping up my mom's pasta salad, and then we tackle my grandmother's short ribs. You know, one of the biggest obstacles timid cooks face in the kitchen is just not knowing where to start or what to make. Well, here's a good rule of thumb. Always cook what you know and what you loved growing up. Just think back to what your parents and grandparents always served. I've also found that family recipes are often the simplest, which is probably why our parents made them so often. This first recipe is proof of that. You only need 5 ingredients: pasta, canned tomatoes, black olives, parsley, and olive oil. Take a look.
All right, so let's get the ingredients ready. How this thing works. We're gonna use a can of tomatoes, but these are cooked tomatoes. They're not raw tomatoes. So you'll like these because they're cooked tomatoes, okay? Now turn that as hard as you can. Use those muscles. Do you want some help? There we go. Do you know what these are?
What? Olives.
Black olives. On taste one, you haven't tried one in a long time. Ollie loves them. Ollie loves olives. A little bit. I love them. I could eat them like this. So we got our tomatoes, our olives. You know what this is? Got some parsley. All right, you want to chop this for me? Why don't you put your hand like that? There we go. Good job. Now I'm just gonna make these all a little smaller, okay? This adds a nice pop of green and a nice freshness to the whole dish. So a lot of times my mom would use elbow noodles, the ones that look like C's or U's as you call them. I felt like using tricolor pasta. You know why they call it tricolor pasta?
Why?
Because there's 3 colors. So this one is just made with wheat. This one has tomato in it. And what do you think's in this one if it's green?
Broccoli.
Close. What else is green? What's green and leafy?
Celery.
Well, celery has some leaves. What looks like lettuce?
Spinach.
Yay! Cool. I'm gonna dump this in, okay? While that's boiling, can you dump the can of tomatoes in here? Now all of the olives, the parsley. Ah, good call, buddy. Good idea. Now we wait. Can you taste that? Perfect. All right, drain the noodle. All right, I want to pour these into this bowl. Dump a whole bunch of olive oil in here.
All of it?
Not all of it. I'll tell you what. All around. Swirl it all around. A little salt. This will come out fast, so let's give it a big stir. Before we put this in the fridge to let it cool down, let's taste it, okay? You like it? Tastes even better when it's cold.
So I thought this was such an easy recipe, but you guys had a lot of questions about it, so let's get to them. First, what's the last seasoning you put on this salad? Just salt and pepper. There's not a lot of seasoning or anything that goes into this salad, so if I sprinkle anything on it, it's really just salt and pepper. I'm a big fan of salt and pepper. Next question, did you drain the tomatoes? No, I put the whole can with the diced tomatoes and the liquid because some of the pasta absorbs some of that liquid, so it helps to add some moisture to the dish. Another viewer asked, do you think it would still be tasty without the olives? Yes, the thing that's the best part about this recipe is this is just a base. If you don't like olives, if you don't like parsley, leave them out. If you want to put some cube cheese in there or some pepperoni, throw that in. Really, it's just about a base, and if you like it a little tangier, you could probably throw in some Italian dressing. It's just a basic pasta salad. This is the way we always made it, but feel free to change it up however you want. Another question about olives, are they sliced black olives? Yes, I kept this recipe even simpler by buying the actual pre-sliced black olives, but you can buy regular olives and slice them up. I bet if you like it tangy, it would even taste good with green olives too. And another question about the tomatoes. What brand of tomatoes do you use? I'm not that loyal to a particular brand, but I do love San Marzano tomatoes whenever you can find them, whether you're using diced tomatoes or you're using, crushed tomatoes to make a sauce. San Marzano tomatoes are just a little bit sweeter, so you don't have to add the sugar to them, and they're straight from Italy, and they're just absolutely delicious. Slightly more expensive, but totally worth it, I promise. Welcome back to Dylan Dishes, Cooking with Cal. This episode is all about celebrating family recipes passed down from generation to generation. And Calvin absolutely loves his grandma's recipe for pasta salad, and I absolutely love my grandma's recipe for short ribs. So my grandmother lived in an apartment that my dad built above our garage in our house. So it was always special when we kind of walked up the stairs to my grandmother's apartment for dinner. Her home was always warm and cozy, and it always just smelled so good, whether it was, beef and barley soup or these short ribs. I just remember it was always like a meat and potatoes or a hearty dish. And we'd all just sit around at her brown dining room table, and it was just special. We were still home, but we were over Gram's house eating one of her recipes, and they were always so delicious. For this recipe, you'll need short ribs, paprika, chili powder, poultry seasoning, onion, tomato paste, egg noodles, peas, and salt and pepper. Say hi, Mammy.
Hi, Mammy.
Hi, Cal. How are you today?
I asked you for the recipe, and you said, you just throw the meat in a dish, you throw this together, you put it on top, you cover it for a little, you cook it for a little.
There was no written instructions with the recipe, so a lot depended on looking at it, seeing what it's doing, throw it in the oven a little bit longer, that kind of thing.
Well, I wish you could be here with me to help make this and especially eat it with us. It'll be a tight squeeze, but we'll see if we can get them all here. Okay. There we go. They're all squeezed in there, right?
Yeah. Okay.
A little salt, pepper. Now we have to slice up an onion.
Oh, what if it goes my eye?
I know.
Can I close my eyes?
Well, then it's hard to cut and close your eyes at the same time. Okay. I'm gonna make some slices here. Good job. You okay? We've got all kinds of spices here, okay?
Are we gonna mix them up?
Yeah, but first, I want you to scoop all of this tomato paste into here as well, okay? And you pour this water in there.
I cannot do it.
Because you're here to help me. Okay, so now we're going to pour all of this all over our short ribs.
Now we're gonna bake them.
Then we're gonna bake them, you're right. So all we have to do, we're gonna cover this with foil. We're gonna bake it for like 45 minutes.
45 minutes. I have soccer, right?
That's right. This looks yummy. Now we'll put it back in the oven without the foil so it finishes cooking.
Where's the noodle?
This tastes exactly like my grandma's.
Is hers yummy?
Hers is so yummy.
One of the questions I get asked all the time is, what are the tools you use with Calvin in the kitchen? And knives are the big question because I'm cooking with a kid and here he is chopping some vegetables. So when I first started cooking with Calvin, I did all the chopping. I didn't want him anywhere near a knife. He did the stirring, he did the breaking of the eggs, he did all that. Then once he wanted to participate more, I found these knives. They're plastic knives. You can find them anywhere online. So they're sharp enough to cut, but they're not really sharp enough that Calvin would cut his finger. So the best vegetables this works for are something like zucchini, something like cooked potatoes. Hard-boiled egg would be good. Soft fruits like berries or pears. And, you know, it takes a little bit of strength, but at least it, you know, is not going to hurt them, and it kind of just gets them used to, you know, some knife skills. I would also, you know, kind of do this for Calvin. I'd chop this up with my knife and then just give him a little bit to just sort of learn how to rock the knife, learn how to keep his hands out of the way, and just really basic knife skills with soft fruits and vegetables. That's what these knives are good for. Eventually, it became a thing though where, you know, you're making soup and you're chopping some harder stuff like carrots and onions. So I needed to upgrade a little bit. And I found these great knives. This is an actual knife. I mean, it's sharp and it will cut through your hard vegetables. But the thing I love about it is it also comes with this shield. So it teaches you the proper way to cut. So Calvin can put his hand here and he learns, you know, you stick your finger through this hole, so he learns, you know, not to put his finger under here, so his hand placement is good on the knife. And then he learns to kind of rock, but look at how this is like a real sharp knife for a kid, but it's all safe. The hand that's holding the knife knows how to hold it properly. The hand that's holding the food knows how to hold it properly so that your fingers are kept out of the way. The thing I love about this brand is that it also comes with a peeler. Calvin loves apples and pears. Obviously he loves carrots, but he does not like the skin on anything. He'd peel a blueberry if he could. So the same kind of thing. You stick your finger in the hole, and then it teaches you to just have your fingers out of the way. So my job is to make sure he holds, you know, the right end and isn't like, you know, doing it the wrong way. And this thing's role is to make sure Calvin holds this the right way. So you can see how sharp they are. They work. So once your kid masters the plastic knife, I think it's good to upgrade to the real deal.
The next time you go to your parents' or your grandparents' house, look through their recipe boxes. You may just find some delicious gems that you totally forgot about. But until then, I hope you'll try my family recipes And let me know what you think. For all these recipes, go to today.com/DylanDishes. We are dishing up an easy and cheesy meal. Check it out.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Quesadilla.
Quesadillas. Do you love quesadillas? Yum, yum, yum. Tonight's quesadillas, we're gonna have some peppers, onions. I had some leftover mushrooms. We've got carrots, zucchini. I happen to be making it with ground turkey tonight. It's literally just quesadillas, whatever you want to put in it is fine. Ready to get started? Mm-hmm. Okay. Why do you like quesadillas?
Because we can have cheese in them.
Is it just a means of eating cheese?
Yeah.
You did pretty good. That's perfect. Here, let's cut up some zucchini and we'll try it again. I'll give you some strips to cut, okay? Yeah, what's your favorite food?
Fried rice.
Fried rice? Maybe we'll make fried rice one day. What do you think? While you do that, I'm going to peel the carrot, okay?
Who picks mushrooms?
Farmers.
Oh, for us?
Mm-hmm. So you like mushrooms?
Of course I do.
Ready to pull the stem out? Watch, you go like this. Just bend it over. That's a funny sound, huh? Nice. Slice them up nice and thin like this. Guess what time it is?
Huh?
It's onion time. So I'm gonna do this onion real quick, okay? See you later. Oh, that's a gross onion.
What's in that gross onion?
Look at that. All right, no onion.
Can I see Mama?
Let me get you a taller ladder. Yeah.
With your ladder, okay? That's not loud.
I know, it wasn't that hot. Let's add a little salt and pepper. It's turkey.
Oh.
We're gonna use this instead of beef tonight because we had beef last night.
Did someone catch that turkey?
I think they caught the turkey, yeah. This on top.
Oh, that's not mine.
What do you think?
Yummy.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food. Messy.
There you go.
So I'm not really hiding veggies because obviously he was chopping them all for me.
Yeah.
But you know, he normally would like a cheese quesadilla, but you throw in the veggies and he
ate
eats it. Yeah.
He's getting so big. I feel like behind the scenes, I'm telling Dylan, I'm like, oh my goodness, he's getting so big.
He's picking up skills now.
Yeah.
That's right. He's got skills.
I know.
Knife skills.
He's going to make you something now. This time we are making a dish that's been a hit in my family for years. Enchiladas with a twist. Watch this. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Enchilada food.
Enchilada food. All right, so this is your Aunt Jenny's recipe. She showed me this recipe when she first started dating Uncle Maytag. This is a really interesting recipe. I love it. We've got leftover chicken, some baked beans, green chilies, and we're gonna do some olives. Yeah, there you go.
Is this not the best kind of thing?
There we go. Slice, slice.
Help me with this slice.
So let's set these aside and add these to our assembly line.
What's an assembly line?
An assembly line is how we set up all our ingredients so that we can make our enchiladas.
Oh.
I'm gonna do a tortilla.
Yay.
Okay.
2 tortillas, why?
Because we're gonna fill up this baking dish.
And we have way more over there, right?
Yes, we do.
Can I sprinkle it like
So-
you sprinkle it?
Yep, I'm gonna sprinkle the chicken. So we're gonna take a cream cheese and
I'm gonna take one too. I'm gonna kind of break it in half a little.
Huh.
Well, then we're just gonna layer it on top of the chicken. I'm gonna take a spoonful of yummy baked beans. That's a lot. Just spread it all out.
There's a lick. What is the taste test? Yeah.
Nice, Cal. Okay, we're gonna lift this up. Tuck it under here.
Kind of like a taco.
Like a taco.
I always do it like that.
Then but we don't have to fold the ends in, okay?
Good, that's how I always do it. It's good.
Right into here. Tuck this under here. Okay, now roll it. Nice chop. And we'll transfer into here. I think we could fit like 4 more in here, right? Now, what do we need to put on top of enchiladas?
Sauce?
Enchilada sauce. I'm gonna put a hole in here, okay? Now, we're gonna pour this over here. What? Why isn't it coming out fast? Now watch what happens, okay? Ready? Whoa. Now everything in this is pretty cooked, so we just need it till it gets like a little crispy on the edges, nice and warm through. Okay, ready, Cal?
Yeah. That was good.
Do you like it? It's yummy, right? It's so different. So you just watch a bit more. Head to today.com/foodie.
All right, so I know people at home are watching this like, that is a weird
You can tell people what I said.
What do you think?
It makes sense. Yeah, look, the cream cheese replaces like regular cheese. You got the dairy, the creaminess. You'd put sour cream on or something
The
like that.
sweetness from the beans.
That's it's all good.
So Al was pleasant. I was like, Dylan, this looks nasty.
This is so good.
Very good.
No, I love it. And I know you'd be honest.
I would be honest. This is like, I would want to make this like tonight, right?
Yeah.
And it was pretty easy, right?
It's
Bob,
so
if you've
simple.
eaten those these by the end
I know.
So good.
by the end of the evening, it's going to be interesting.
Ah, that's funny. Can you just use like a rotisserie chicken?
I actually did just use rotisserie chicken.
Oh.
And then everything else is in a can. So
Perfect.
Really good, Dylan.
Jenny, thank you for that recipe from like 25 years ago.
This is really good.
I want to hear more about Maytag.
That's my brother.
Oh.
It's time for Cooking with Cal, and this time my little chef and I whipped up chicken parm with one secret ingredient.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken parm.
Chicken parm, yummy. First, we're gonna prep the chicken, okay? What I need you to do is take this and pound them nice and flat. Not too hard. Over here. Over here. So let's make our breading. Here's the secret. What are these?
Crackers.
We're gonna use saltines. So before I put the crackers in the food processor, I want to use a little bit of Parmesan cheese. I'm gonna put in the breading. Pulse it. I should probably plug it in, huh? All right, put all these in there. I'm gonna sprinkle in some garlic powder. I'm gonna add a little bit of Italian seasoning. Let's put a little in, okay? Yeah, use too much. This is just seasonings and just a little extra salt, but we don't need much salt because of the saltines. Yeah, what do you think? You can taste it. Taste it again and tell me all the flavors you taste.
Cheese, garlic,
What else?
seasoning.
Okay. Okay. Wow, good job! What are you doing to it?
Scrambling it.
Some garlic. Some pepper.
And what's this for?
This helps the breading stick on. All right, last one. We're going to fry up our chicken cutlets. Come on over here. Let's put them on like medium low. Oh, I thought you were eating a chicken. How's the cheese? Good.
Sometimes I go slow look.
They're getting there, yeah.
We're working busy.
We're working really busy. Okay, so let's put this here. We're gonna add deli mozzarella cheese, not fresh mozzarella, because it ends up being too watery. So now we're gonna pop this under the broiler until it's nice and bubbly.
We're done.
Yay! Okay. Should we have one more bite? You love it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So there's a restaurant in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's called Trattoria della Nonna. It's one of my favorites, and Chef Kenny gave me the secret of the saltines, and it's a game changer.
That's right. Well, you know, it's funny because Martha Stewart, in one of her books, talked about using it for crab cakes. And so then I started using meatloaf. You and Brian liked the saltine and the chicken parm for dating, when you were dating, right? Wasn't that?
I did tell everybody that when Brian and I first started dating, that's all he would ever order at a restaurant was chicken parm. Like, we'd be at like a nice fancy Italian restaurant, and he'd be ordering chicken parm.
You're married to a 12-year-old.
I was. Well,
Wait.
he was young. He wasn't 12. He was...
Pull up!
It's time for Cooking with Cal. We're making a family favorite, chicken piccata. It brings back some great memories because I've been making this for Calvin for a very long time. Watch.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Chicken piccata.
Chicken piccata. Back when you were 3 years old, okay, we used to record these videos where you would tell people what you were eating. And this was one of my favorites from back then. Hey, Cal, what's for dinner?
Chicken piccata.
What is that?
Lulu, carrots, and chicken. Capers.
Is there garlic in there?
Yeah, but I take them all off.
So now we're gonna tell people how to make the recipe.
Yeah.
Okay? All right, first things first, we're gonna season up the flour that we're gonna dip our chicken in, okay? What?
Can I put this in?
Now we're gonna use granulated garlic. Sprinkle a whole bunch of this. We wanna season this up nice, right? Because it's just boring flour. Put a lot of salt in here.
How much salt?
Yeah, about that much. Not too much pepper.
Oh, that's right.
It's okay. Okay, stir this gently.
Is that garlic powder again?
Pepper.
Again? I'll take the fork.
I'll put this in.
Yes.
And now swoosh the flour over.
I'll bury you so you can't get out. So don't do that. Scoop!
We're gonna cook that in a second, but before we do that...
Garlic?
Yes.
Yeah!
Good job. Let's do the lemon first, okay?
Hurry up.
Okay. We just don't want the juice, we just want the capers. Wow, this is gonna take a long time. 5 capers.
Do you have to do all of them?
I want like half the jar.
Aww.
Now we're gonna cook the chicken, okay? We're gonna do a couple good glugs of olive oil here.
Wow. Wow, I like that. It's not splashing.
Oh, it's gonna like pop. All right, so our chicken's all cooked. We're gonna add a little bit more olive oil. Well, let's do this first. Burn.
But I can't have one. I can't have sauce. Why lemon juice?
It adds a nice little tang. Now you can add your chicken broth. I'm not gonna do it all though. Okay. This pasta water is always good in sauces. All right, final touch. Butter.
Now can I go?
Give them a flip. No, now we're gonna taste it. You ready?
This is like really tasty dinner. That's a tasty dinner.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
That's a tasty dinner.
Oh, so adorable.
He still has the same catchphrase.
Such a little
Tasty
character.
dinner.
That's a tasty.
So
this
I
is
realized,
yummy.
Thank you. I realized when I posted this 2 or 3 years ago, that I never gave the recipe for it. So now we finally got to make it together.
This is really good. Honestly, I really love the noodles.
Well, thank you.
Like the flavor.
It's the
of them.
sauce, it's the lemon, everything.
Way to go, Cal.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
this is a
thanks,
win.
guys. And thanks, Katie, for recreating our meal.
weeknight meals. It's so easy, it's so quick. We call it green noodles. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal with special guest, Ollie. What are we making today?
Green noodles.
Green noodles. And the thing that's so awesome about green noodles, it literally takes 10 minutes to make. It's a perfect weeknight meal. It's a perfect meal when you guys are busy, right, with after school things. And we love to make this one at the house. So, first things first, you know what these are?
Nuts.
Yes, do you know what kind of nut? These are
Butterfly nuts.
They look like butterfly nuts. We're gonna toast it, and I'm gonna show you how the taste is gonna change. Let's go toast these up.
One by one?
No, the whole thing. All right.
Mommy, are we having green noodles for dinner?
All right, well, those are toasting. Let's get our garlic ready.
Okay.
Remember how to smash garlic?
The garlic hurt your eyes. They're gonna cut your finger off.
I'm not gonna cut my finger off. Very careful. Okay, perfect. Now we're gonna saute that up just like that, okay? Okay, just gonna saute these up a little bit, okay? So once our garlic is sauteed, I'm gonna put that little bit of oil and these garlics right into the blender, okay? So in the time it takes the noodles to cook, we're gonna be done with our sauce, okay? So here's what we're gonna do. I want you to cut a couple nice big chunks. This is pecorino. It was easy. This is pecorino romano. All right, Ollie, you wanna put the chunks in the blender?
Oh, and here.
However you want.
Oh.
Not on you, in the blender, silly.
Can I throw this one in?
Yes! Nice. Good job.
The rest.
All right, let's just add a little salt.
Oh, so now
A little pepper.
Can I do?
Yep. I think we're running low on pepper, so go for it. Okay, that's good. We're gonna use the whole thing, but let's put a whole bunch in to start.
What the? Well, this is tall.
Okay, let's leave that.
This
Ready?
is the best olive oil.
This is from Italy.
Oh.
Okay. That's how we make green noodles. So smooth and so yummy and green.
It's so green.
It's so green. Pretty, right? All right, should we get a fork and try it?
Yeah. Are we done?
That's it. How easy was that? Should we try?
Is it hot?
It's hot.
Mmm.
You love it? Mm. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/home. His mouth is full. This is a fun.
Terrific.
This might be one of my favorites of all time.
It makes me so happy.
You
that
see, all
guys
three
like
of us
it.
were like,
I know.
That's great.
This is great because it was
Really
literally
good.
something I made. My kids don't like regular pesto; it's strong.
Yeah.
But this is just stuff we had in the house, so we threw it in a blender.
Terrific.
There you go.
I'd love to see Ollie involved too. Way to go, Ollie.
Ollie was a little grumpy that day, so
Okay.
Ollie we had to.
He's a little cute.
Ollie.
He's like talent. He's like real talent.
Just like me. We are whipping up a Sicilian staple that will feed the whole family twice.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Pizza.
No, it's called scacciata.
Scacciata.
It's kind of like a meat pie. Normally, it's the perfect thing to have on football Sunday, and I don't add all these vegetables, but since we're gonna eat this for dinner, we're making a little bit healthier. Just a little bit, okay?
Just like 1 bit.
Your favorite. No, remember we have a trick. Look, we're gonna put a wet paper towel. Done. I'm ready to peel the carrots. Good job. Okay. Zucchini time, zucchini time.
Oh, that was easy.
Cool. Nice. Cut as close to the edge as you can. All right, now let's do the garlic. So we're gonna cook this Cal on a nice low heat because we don't want it to get crispy. We want it to get nice and soft. So we're gonna use 2 types of cheeses. We've got Pecorino Romano and we've got Provolone. So instead of grating this, we're gonna cut it super small and it's all gonna melt nice in the oven. All right, now, since the veggies are nice and soft, we're gonna add the pork. We're adding 3 pounds of pork. It sounds like a lot, but this is actually one of those recipes that if you just make all of this, you can freeze half of it. So the next time you make it, you just have to buy the pizza dough and the filling's already made.
Are we like making real pizza?
Well, we're making scacciata.
Scacciata.
Say it like real Italian, like
Scacciata.
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 Rub all that oil in
With what?
with your hands.
Is this how you really do it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Can I taste it?
It's olive oil.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
And traffic cow. No!
Okay, now I'm just gonna drain some of this liquid and add the rest of the ingredients.
I'm not doing anything else. Oh, all of it? Like all it's all to the top?
All right, can you dump that cheese in here? Perfect. Just like it. All right, so I'm gonna spread this all over. Not all the way to the edge, because we're gonna roll up the edge, okay? I'm gonna take the top dough.
It's mine.
Ooh, a thumbs up. I love it. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/Yay, remembered.
Aww, that's
little
so
guest
cute.
appearance. A cameo.
He's getting ready. He's been expressing interest in cooking more. You know, I made brownies the other day. He wanted to stir it. And, you know,
co-stars.
I know.
First of all, the recipe looks yummy, and there are a lot of people like me who are like, "Cal's getting so big." Like his
I know.
conversation.
You haven't seen him in a few months, and
wow.
he's legit now. But this is like one of those recipes where you can hide the vegetables for the kids, and it's
That's
like
right.
pizza, but you don't feel so.
You feel good about it.
So,
There you
yeah.
go. I'm a morning person. I love the morning, and I love sharing that joy with our audience. You make a choice to spend time with us, and that's very special.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
We're back now. now with Cooking with Cal. This time I had two special helpers in the kitchen, which seems to be happening a lot lately.
Guess we're going to have to change that title.
I know. Cal would not go for that. And this time we were making breakfast for lunch. Take a look. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Breakfast delight wrap.
A breakfast delight wrap. We actually get this at a market not far from us, and it's one of our favorite things to eat for lunch. First, we're going to scramble some eggs. You crack these into the bowl. Molly, do you want to try to crack one?
Yeah.
And now break it into the bowl. Messy? Hold on. Don't do anything with your hands. Keep them over the bowl. Hold on. Add some salt. Some pepper. Okay, now we're gonna make some scrambled eggs. All right, we're gonna let that cook for a minute, and now let's make the rest of the fillings for the wrap, okay?
Can I cut it?
No, I'm gonna do this part of it. Make a bunch of nice little slices, okay?
Yeah. Oh, this is
Yes, they're real nice, so don't cut yourself. Nice. All right, now we are going to use the most dangerous item in the kitchen.
What is it?
It's called a mandolin. It's so dangerous, I'm not even gonna let you guys touch it, okay? Okay, ready?
It's not doing anything.
I'm gonna take 2 pieces of Munster cheese and put them on the eggs while they're still hot, okay? I'm gonna set this here. We're gonna heat up the tortilla, okay? Have to keep flipping it so it doesn't burn. Gonna put our egg right in the middle. One more. A little salt and pepper, right?
Yeah, some salt and
That's our favorite.
Salt and pepper.
We won't go crazy with spinach. I know that's not your favorite. So just put a little bit.
That's a lot.
Just a little.
Oh, we did cooking cow last time.
Okay, now this is the hardest part. Okay? Rolling it. I'm not very good at rolling it. Okay? So I'm gonna try to go like this. That's a burrito, but I'm not that good at this. Okay. One bite? Delicious, right?
Yeah, can't be any better.
For these recipes and more, head to today.com/.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
cute. It's good.
Yeah, you're going to have to put his name in there.
I know.
I think all he needs is his name.
Then it steals Calvin's thunder and it turns into a whole big thing. But
Well, you're the one who put him in.
I know, that's true. But he doesn't nap like you used to. We used to do this
so-
while he was napping.
There
So
you
I like
go.
this because it just gives us ideas of things to make at home.
it is, it's easy, and this
Easy.
is kind of a healthy breakfast option.
And
So
here's the good news. Cal's at school. He won't see it.
that's a good point. It's time for another edition of Cooking with Cal. And this time, my little chef and I are making a breakfast staple. I mean, literally, I cannot make enough of this in the house. It's a breakfast staple with a sweet, fruity twist.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Oatmeal.
Oatmeal with a fresh berry compote. What do you love about this breakfast?
The compote.
Okay, first things first, we want to put 3 cups of
Is it
water.
cold water? Oh, boy. Ta-da!
Into this water.
I can pour.
We want to sprinkle just a little bit of sugar to flavor up the water a little bit. Okay, so I like to use any berries I have in the house. Strawberries, blueberries, raspberries. Perfect.
Yeah.
So go that way and now go the other way. Okay. Let's add a little bit of water in here. Just want to kind of, it's like kind of eyeballing it a little bit. Sprinkle some sugar. Now we're gonna put this on the stove too. So dump this in here carefully. Okay, now we're gonna turn this to low and give it a little stir.
What's the blue?
Blue's how hot the fire is. So we're gonna let this sit for 20 minutes and we're gonna stir it every once in a while, okay? And in the meantime, we're gonna keep an eye on our berries. You're gonna watch, these are gonna change color. They're gonna like shrink down as all the water comes out of them, and then we're gonna mash them up. So let's lower this a little bit. But this is nice and colorful, right?
Yeah, I never saw it this color.
Fold up here. And don't mash hard, because if you mash hard, it's gonna splash in your face. So we're trying to
Mommy, I can do it.
Okay, just please be careful, it makes me nervous.
I'm controlling it, okay?
Okay.
And we'll do it on the top.
So we're just gonna let this simmer for a little bit. So to this, we're gonna add a little bit of vanilla.
Can I pour it in? It doesn't taste good.
No, but it smells amazing,
But
right?
remember when I tasted it, I didn't like it?
Yes. So that's our compote. Now let's flavor up our oatmeal too. For this. Do you want to dump or you want me to dump? Okay. Brown sugar.
Can I taste some sugar, baby?
Of course, you can't cook with brown sugar and not taste it.
So that's how you don't see the sugar.
Right.
Is that mine? Oh.
Yeah, but it's super hot, so let's let it pop this on top. Okay, we're gonna let this cool down a little bit. Never snacked in your spaceship before. Okay, it might still be a little warm.
I like to mix it a little to get mine.
Okay. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So it's such a simple recipe, but I've actually started making a double batch because Calvin came in the other day. He's like, Mom, you have to make twice as much because Oliver eats it all.
Oh,
so it's something they fight over for breakfast in the morning.
I think it's a good reminder that you can bring your kids into the kitchen, do things with them.
And talk with your mouth full.
And talk with your mouth full.
Because they get it. They
And have a
understand it
happy
a little
plate.
bit more. It's like if I just threw a pile of, berries on
their
oatmeal,
plate.
it's like, what is this?
No,
But
absolutely.
He knows where it came from.
Absolutely. And he's growing. We're all like, we feel like we're like watching him grow. You know?
The size of
It's
this
true.
guy, he's gonna be in college.
So cute.
Don't rush it. We'll be right back.
Thanks for breakfast.
You're welcome. We're back with Cooking with Cal. This time, we're actually going to feature a recipe. It's one of my favorites on Instagram, Amy Palangian. She's also known as Yummy Toddler Food. She has such great recipes. She also has a book. It's called Food Play, which teaches preschoolers how to have fun making their own food. Obviously, I'm drawn to that. So I always make her green pancakes for my boys for lunch, and they absolutely love it.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Green pancakes.
With
Yogurt.
I follow @YummyToddlerFood on Instagram, and Amy posts these amazing, easy, delicious, healthy recipes for kids. So this actually happens to be a favorite, right? Here we go. Can you peel a banana? Do you know how to peel a banana? Can you peel one?
Yeah. Where is it? This?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
nice.
that was
Okay.
nice.
Now peel it.
This?
Yep. Pull it down. Whoa! You can peel your own banana and put it in the blender. Nice.
That's my first time doing it actually.
What's your first time peeling a banana?
You asked me.
Good job. High five, Ollie. We're going to add flaxseed. Okay, here. Kevin, can you add cinnamon? Perfect. Do you remember how to crack eggs?
Uh-huh.
It's been a while.
Swirly, don't swirly, swirly. Teaspoon? A teaspoon.
Get it all in there. 1 cup of milk.
Stop! No, stop!
I just have a little milk left. That's it. Okay.
It's higher than it.
That's okay.
Terrible. So green, so green, so green, so green.
Do you want to try the spinach?
Yeah.
This is why we put spinach in the pancakes, because I can't get you to eat it otherwise. Okay, put it on the blender. Or on the machine, whatever it is. Ollie, flip that up. Good job. Let's plug in the griddle. This is gonna get super duper hot, okay? Some whole wheat flour. See how this is super healthy?
All of it? Now can I mix some?
Careful.
Yeah.
Get underneath it. Commit to the flip. Yes! That's okay. Good?
That's pretty good.
Okay.
Am I your helper, chef?
You're my sous chef. You're always my sous chef. Press. Put all your strength into your arms and squeeze it down. That looks good, right?
Keep going, baby. Take this bite, Mommy?
Yes.
Stop.
Yes.
Yummy. Why do you feel it?
Do you like it? For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
So cute. The thing I love about these is the amount of spinach.
There's a lot of spinach.
They're good, right?
Sneak a lot of spinach in here.
I usually put the yogurt on it, or even like with syrup, and the boys have. I mean, he sees that the spinach is in there, but they don't care.
It tastes kind of like whole wheat pancakes to me.
They do. Well, it's whole wheat flour.
What did you do to your
What are you
pancakes?
doing?
I don't know. I just was.
Well, it's for kids to get spinach into them. And
Yeah,
else.
it's fine.
It's delicious. All right.
I like it.
Fine. We'll be right back.
Next time, bring the yogurt sauce.
I know the yogurt on top is good. is time for Cooking with Cal, and my little chef and I are making a sweet treat straight from my summers growing up on the Jersey Shore.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. What are we making today?
Waffles and ice cream.
With strawberry sauce?
Yeah.
Yes! This is one of my favorite desserts. Most everyone has never heard of it before, but waffles and ice cream was a Jersey Shore favorite. So now that I have a waffle maker, we're gonna make it at home. First things first, you wanna make the waffles. So just pick your favorite waffle mix. You can even use frozen waffles if you want to. We're just going to whip up the waffles that we always make, right? Cool. So we've already got the mix in here. Let's add some oil. I like to add some vanilla, even though the recipe doesn't call for it. Egg.
Crack.
Do you want to crack it? Good crack. Nice, buddy. You are getting so good at this. All right, let's pour some milk in here.
Oh, baby.
Your whisk, sir. Waffle mix.
That looks yummy.
It does, right?
I'm gonna mess them up.
Yes, you are. Right, so
That was me, Mama.
So if we mash these all together
Don't do all of them.
with the vanilla and the sugar,
Don't do all of them.
and you keep mashing, yell at the juice. Get the juice out of there. You keep mashing, and I'm gonna put the waffles on, okay? Get those cooking. 2, 3. Fill this one up. 1, 2, 3. Should we get the ice cream out?
I got it, Mom.
One more.
Waffles are ready.
All right.
You want to try?
Whoa.
Let's put a scoop right here.
Is that right now?
Wait, one more thing. Ready? All right, this is gonna take a while. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Yum, that looks good.
I was hoping to bring cans of Cool Whip here so we could all try the trick.
What is he hitting his hand?
So he hits his hand, it pops up. I don't know where he learned this from, but it's
I'm dying to try
watch this.
I'm dying to try this.
Oh! All I can think about is Ollie's on the side going, what about, where's my waffle?
No, we try to do these now while Ollie's napping because he will want everything we're eating.
Why wouldn't he?
Yum.
Especially the whipped cream. And we'll be right back. And it's time now for Cooking with Cal, and this week it's all about breakfast, Jersey style. Take a look.
It's another edition of Cooking with Cal, and what are we making today?
Pork roll, egg, and cheese.
Pork roll, egg, and cheese. We're having breakfast for dinner. What is pork roll? This is pork roll. It's kind of like a New Jersey delicacy. It's a mix between sausage and bacon. You can only buy it in New Jersey, but if you look online, you can find pork roll. It's worth it, trust me. It'll change your breakfast sandwich game. Here's the thing. If we put this on here, it's gonna bubble up. It's gonna make a big bubble. Watch, I'll show you. Don't want it to make that bubble. You know why? Because even though the edges are cooking, the inside part's not cooking, right? So in order to fix that, watch this. This is what my dad always did. And now they look like Pac-Man. We're gonna wait for these to crisp up. So you want them nice and crispy and yummy and salty deliciousness. No, flip. Nice flip, buddy!
I feel vibrating.
It says that's the sizzle. Let's toast up our rolls, right? Okay, put these down first. Yep, and then put the top part on the griddle. There we go, nice. I've got room for our other roll. Put our plates out. Let's fry up some eggs. What do you think?
How about fry up eggs?
Well, first,
Butter. Is that the one that's runny?
2 for each sandwich. There you go.
Can you flip all of them?
Mm-hmm.
I want you to flip all of them.
So here's what I like to do, okay?
Okay.
My
Cheesy.
egg, I put the cheese. Okay, on top of that, here you put a cheese on yours. And a cheese on Daddy's.
Egg on yours.
Down there. We put this on here. I take 1, 2. There it is. Look at that! 3 perfect sandwiches. Controversial, but you can choose to put ketchup on it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I actually do.
Don't put ketchup on it. Delicious.
Do you love it? Watch what I do with mine. Ready? This is my favorite part. I squeeze it and all the yolk comes out. I like to go like that. Tastes like the Jersey Shore. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
I will say, Calvin ate all but 1 bite of that
Wow.
sandwich.
Wow.
And then that extra bite went to Oliver. So,
That sandwich is the size of his head.
I know.
What's the size
do
of
you
his
do
head?
his egg runny?
I broke it on the griddle before. But the other controversy is in New Jersey, some people call it pork roll, and some people call it Taylor ham.
Who's Taylor?
It's the brand that makes the pork roll. So it depends. I know Central Jersey is a pork roll part of the state, but you go to South Jersey, it's more Taylor ham. It can go either way. My Twitter is going to blow up with,
Right?
It's Taylor ham.
You said pork roll. I thought it was a roll.
The meat comes on a roll. I just buy it pre-sliced. So
We'll be right
Learn
back.
something every day.
And welcome back. Nothing says fall like pumpkin spice. No, apples. Just kidding.
Nice.
So for this week's Cooking with Cal, we whipped up one of my childhood favorites. And note to self, don't cook with a hungry sidekick. Check it out. It's another edition of Cooking with Cal. Cal, what are we making today?
Apple salad.
So let's go through the ingredients, okay? What's in our apple salad?
Apple. And zucchini.
Try again, not zucchini.
Salad?
So close.
Celery.
Celery. And what are these? I think you know.
Cranberry.
You've been snacking on those since we started. Do you know what this is?
A nut.
It's a walnut.
Walnut.
And then you know this one.
Yogurt.
Lots of vanilla yogurt. So this apple salad is a perfect after-school snack. It's a good breakfast. It's just a good all-around nice healthy alternative. How's the yogurt doing? Do you want a spoon? Gross. You want to help me with the apple? Let me cut it up into a smaller piece for you. You are actually eating all of my ingredients.
No, not that, Mommy.
Chop it up nice and small. You're doing a lot more eating than cooking. What's your favorite fruit?
Apple. I'm throwing it because it's really hard.
While you do that, I'm going to chop up the celery.
Okay.
I like to make the celery really small.
Why?
So that it's not too hard to chew. So Kel, when I was little,
Yeah?
I used to eat this all the time, every single morning for breakfast.
Was that a long time ago?
It was a long time ago. Even when I first moved to New York, I used to eat it all the time, every morning for breakfast.
Really? That's weird. Mix it up.
Yeah, mix it all together. All right, what should we put in next? How about some of these?
Yeah, cool.
Sprinkle those all in there?
I can pour it.
Okay. Perfect. And now let's chop these up a little smaller. Just rock your knife back and forth. Look at how small I made these.
Whoa.
So now we got all our ingredients in here, right? And here's the fun part. There you go.
And this is the medium one or the biggest one?
What, bowl or a spoon?
Spoon.
That's the small one.
I have to lick it off.
Did you have to lick it off?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, because there's yogurt on it.
So you can add as much yogurt as you want. It's not really a measurement here. It's more just once everything is all nice and combined. Sometimes I'll add blueberries in here.
Oh, I have to lick it off.
Oh.
I just eat it off.
So that's it. Super simple, right? I usually make a big bowl of this and then just scoop it out in the morning, or you can divvy it up into little Tupperware containers and it's good to go as a grab-and-go snack.
Are we done?
That's it. That's all we have to do.
Are you going to taste one?
I'm going to taste one too.
A taste test?
It's a taste test.
What spoon should I use? Is it healthy?
It's very healthy. For these recipes and more, head to today.com/food.
Wow.
So like I said, I brought you guys some, and
Yeah, we get
It's very-
toddler
have been all
spit.
in it.
Yum.
It's very healthy if you don't count the fact that
Calvin licked all over
licked
it.
all over it. But that's
I did
yummy.
make this fresh for you this morning.
Oh, okay.
Thank
So
you.
yes, that is not the batch that Calvin had in his mouth, but it's a really good.
That's good. Because I'm not sure.
No,
that
wait,
that's
it's like the couscous. You won't even try it.
No, I
You know,
will
Al's
try it.
picky.
I will try it.
Wait, are
It's
there?
like a modified Waldorf salad.
It is just instead of mayonnaise, it's vanilla yogurt. So
That's
you've got
good.
a little yogurt on your face.
It's refreshing.
It's refreshing. It's a good snack. It's a healthy, like after school snack.
And this is in my flavor profile, and I like it.